Everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Open Hearts, the weekly tabletop RPG campaign. Tonight we are having episode 58. And
Woo!
if you all remember where we left off last session, you were preparing to go to the final temple of the elements in the Frozen Wastes. And you also got to gleam into a little more of Fenn's current condition and what is happening with him. Kalina was able to take some notes about the voices that he had been hearing, and unfortunately, a little incident happened, but it was quickly resolved with intervention from Ophelia. But now is the day that you are going to be going to the Frozen Wastes. To Frost's Temple.
Yeah.
You have
Yay!
off-screen already gotten and prepared all of your winter clothes. So, I'm going to need you all to just very quickly make a note that your movement speed is reduced by 10. Baseline, all of you, reduced by 10.
All right.
And you have a disadvantage on specifically acrobatics and stealth rolls.
We're just too bundled up.
Yes.
We, alas, cannot put our arms down.
But also, if you would like, you may also just say that you have disadvantage with any dexterity.
Yeah.
Because really the only other one is sleight of hand. I don't think you're going to be
probably
stealing
just
anything.
Disadvantage on all dex rolls.
Yes, disadvantage on dex rolls.
Sounds fun.
Yep. And you can also add a +2 to your AC as well.
From the pure amount of fluff.
Yes, just the layers
Pure amount of
and fluff.
that we have. It's that much good. It's that good of armor.
Yeah, I mean, if there's enough
Pure
layers,
fluff.
it's gonna defend you against something.
You're gonna be less squishy.
I just had a stupid thought. Anastasius is squishy. He's wrapped up to where he's like a ball.
He bounces.
He bounces.
Very
He
funny.
bounces.
All right.
Snowman.
So
Anastasia Snowman.
it's
We'll
early
probably
in the
kill him,
morning.
though.
It's fairly early in the morning, and you've all already gotten dressed because even though you're not at the Frozen Wastes yet, and you haven't unboarded from Ceruleus, it's still fucking cold. Considering that you're getting close to the polar circle, and the altitude means that it's still pretty cold up here on the city. Everybody gotta get into their fine winter clothes. So,
Yep.
now that all of you have prepared and packed everything, you are standing in the lobby of the manor, making sure everybody has everything before you're getting ready to go. Everybody has gathered, even Fen.
Woo!
His condition has considerably improved from yesterday afternoon. And now, Ophelia decides to make an announcement. He says that he is not going to be joining you on the Frozen Wastes.
Oh.
He apologizes and says that at the request of Verbena, he is going to be traveling to Cyptria. And he will be back by the time you return from the temple.
Gotcha.
Alright.
My wife's calling me. I need to head home.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta head home. My wife's calling me.
My wife's calling me. But he wishes you all the best of luck and for safe travels before he leaves.
Yeah.
And now that you are all ready, all prepared, have all of your gear, you just have to go see Baraka.
Yeah,
Ba-ba-da-ba.
And we waddled away.
Waddle, waddle.
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
No, don't do that. It's too early for that.
We can't.
No singing.
We're just waddling. Is this when we need to roll Anastasius around like a ball? Because he
Yeah.
falls over.
Like, what I'm gonna say is because of, again, no bones but only cartilage, he just very stiffly waddles.
We're all penguins. Sometimes you just gotta waddle around like a penguin, you know?
Mhm.
Yep.
So,
But yeah, I guess we go see Baraka then. And we waddled away.
if you guys have any like little roleplay quips between yourselves while you're walking, you may speak to each other.
You just hear Anastasius very much muffled, just because he has like 3 scarves on.
3 scarves.
Does he have a separate scarf just around his tentacle hair?
He should no, like he has a beanie, but like, should he?
He probably has a fur-lined hood on
Yeah.
Yeah.
and a
Like, what
balaclava.
if it's a
When your hair is alive.
and falls off?
Yeah. Everybody's very tightly wrapped up. But you're all like able to move. But if you were to fall over, you'd need a little help because it's just so much.
No.
You'd need
I
somebody to
wonder
grab your
if-
hand.
I want Culver to see if he has found a book about like the animals,
Mm-hmm.
like just somewhere in the manor, because
Alright.
there's a section of books there, anyways.
I guess just roll for investigation to see if earlier while you were getting ready, you found a book about animals and decided to bring it along.
Hello, my shit's loading.
I just hope you have gloves instead of mittens. Otherwise
Or
you're gonna get
mittens that, you know,
pages.
you can pull off the tops. They're
Yeah.
retractable.
Retractable?
Either that
That's
or,
the
like,
wrong
one person
word,
will
but I
have to,
can't
like,
think of what
hold
it
up.
actually is.
Yeah, like one person will have to hold it up,
Very good.
and like another person will have to turn the pages because
Yeah.
otherwise.
Oh my god. Anyways, I rolled a 6 for 16.
Alright, so you search first in your room because you know that the previous owner of the manor was a sailor, so you're thinking maybe some books about, you know, different sea creatures or something. You find a book about nautical birds
Well,
from all over
Something.
the world.
yeah.
I
Alright,
mean, if push comes to shove, there's always Kalina.
it's
She has so much knowledge in her brain.
I flip through and see.
Is there anything in specific
I
that
think
you're
I think you guys are forgetting that Sarzoth is like really smart. Not socially, but like
Yeah.
he's done a lot of fucking school. I just had to say that.
smart boy?
Smart boy.
He just runs his mouth a little too much.
Yeah,
No.
that is true. Is
Yep.
there anything specifically, like any specific material that you're looking for, Colbert?
Sorry, I got distracted because my stupid Krita. There's no pressure sensitivity on it.
Hmm.
Fix that.
Gotcha.
Anyways, yes, I want him to find out about penguins and be super like confused and fascinated about them.
It's like, what do you mean these guys
Alright.
can't fly?
Yeah. As you take the book with you as you're going down the stairs, and as you near the back, it's kind of arranged. The way the book is arranged, it goes from the northern end of Vera all the way to the south in like a whoop, just like different regions. And as you get to the back, it talks about all of the avian life in and around the frozen wastes. And it talks about the puffins and the snowball birds, which are fat little birds that look like snowballs and are little rodent hunters of the wastes.
Oh my god.
And then you find the large index of all of the penguins, or as they used to be called when they were first discovered, fish birds.
Fish birds.
Yes. There's a whole section about the penguins, and in the beginning there's a little thing that says when they were first discovered many years ago, they were referred to as fish birds because they swim like fish but have feathers and beaks like birds.
Oh. Okay, that's cool. Is there a picture of them?
Yeah, there's pictures of all different types of penguins.
Alright, this is gonna be Culver's like genuine reaction to seeing the penguins like, oh my god, they're so fat, I love them. Look at them! They waddle! Oh my god! And he's just out loud talking about penguins to himself. And I'm assuming some of us heard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Multiple people you hear Colbert face in a book talking about, oh my god, they're so fat.
Kalina,
And he just has an overjoyed look on his face.
she hears this and she looks at Colbert, kind of amused, and says, "What? What are you reading?"
These birds, the fish birds, so penguins. Look at them! They're awesome!
Oh, you're reading about penguins. Oh,
Yeah,
they're
that's the book
lovely.
about birds.
It starts off there.
Yes.
As Kalbar is saying these, Sarzoth just kind of whispers under his breath, "These nuts."
These nuts. Tagok,
course he does.
you are able to hear Sarzoth say these nuts.
Take off would do anything.
It's just gonna leave her pondering.
Just leaves
Nah,
her
I think
pondering,
she's
confused.
just gonna stand there and just have a brief, huh? but she's not gonna say or do anything. She's just
Pure confusion.
briefly confused.
Sarzoth just completely ignores it. It's like you didn't hear anything.
Oh, that's my mom.
She's just standing.
Yeah.
My mom's calling me. I'll be right back.
You're good. So,
The lore has been interrupted.
by Zamam.
Zamamu. So
Zamamo.
all this is going on while you're walking from the manor, towards the bridge of the ship where Baraka is. And you see that she is outside. You can see her because you can just sense her anger and hatred of the
No.
cold
Oh,
from
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
And she
Sh-
sees in the distance a group of
They
penguins.
waddle. A group of penguins waddling up.
Insert prowler theme. It's Baraka.
Thank you. But she is just as bundled up as you are, if not more.
I'm back.
And she does not look happy to be outside currently, but she sees you and she's like, "Oh, finally." You make your way over to her and she's like, "All right, is everybody ready to go?"
yes, we are.
She says,
Is Dusk coming with us, or
"Dusk has gone.
here already?
He left with
Yeah, that's
Tiranali.
fucking good. Yeah.
Oh,
left with
yeah.
his
He
mom.
left with Tiranali. He's gone.
Yep, we're good.
He's not with the group
I just
anymore."
don't want to
Sag.
repeat of last time
Mm,
when we forgot it.
yeah.
Just fucking forgot him.
You can't forget him
Oh,
this
yeah.
time. He went home.
We're good.
Nobody
He went
has been
home.
forgotten this time.
Like when you go to a friend's house with your mom, and then once your mom wants to go, then you have to go, and then you're really sad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But she says, "All right, so things are going to be a little different than we initially thought, considering that it's the middle of winter. If it were during the summer months, we'd be able to drop you off on the main coast. But we can't. The winds right up against the coast are too strong for Ceruleus to handle, and I don't want to risk any damages to the ship or any risk of danger to the citizens. So, we are dropping you off at the closest island. It is about 2 miles from the coast, and you'll be taking a smaller ship across the way.
Right.
Once you reach the main coast, there will be the small coastal town where you'll meet up with the sleigh drivers. And they will take you the rest of the way to the temple.
All right then.
And she looks at the first mate, her homeboy,
Yo.
and he gives the thumbs up that they are close enough to lower everybody down. She's like, "All right, it's time for you to get on down there now. Be careful, of course. The wind is no joke.
Windy.
It's fucking windy.
It's fucking windy.
Fucking windy.
It's fucking windy."
For real, for real.
And she sort of nods you over towards the side of the ship where the elevator be.
Yo.
The elevator.
It is
And waddled away.
it's got some heavier protection around the sides.
Okay, that's good. So we don't immediately fall off.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so the wind is not like fucking cutting you.
Yeah. Also, I
Alright.
don't mean to interrupt, but I just realized something. Like, if Colbert goes into bird form, is his bird form extra fat or extra fluffy?
Oh boy.
Fluffy.
Probably fluff.
Fluffy, okay.
These are the important questions.
Depends on
here.
Osprey, how Ospreys operate.
Question.
Oh,
His feathers are just poofed out. You know how birds do? They poof their feathers out.
Yeah,
Mhm. Yeah, yeah.
extra fluff.
Extra poof. Alright. So, of course, you are all lowered down. And for the first time in a good long while, the whole group is here, dogs and all.
Yeah. The whole gang.
while they're being lowered, Anastasius looks at like the captain of Cerullius, or for lack of a better term, and just gives them his best like soldier salute.
It's hard to bend your arm up that far because of the thickness, but you managed to get it up there. Give a salute. Berica begrudgingly gives a salute back, even though she's cold and she doesn't want to move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I'll give you a salute, calamari.
You'll fucking...
Damn.
I mean, that's probably what Berica would say. She's known Anastasius for a long
Yeah.
time.
This is true. Yeah.
So you are all lowered down. And as you're being lowered down, you can see Kasa's tower off in the distance.
Oh.
Because you're pretty close to it.
Nice.
Once
Just imagine,
yeah.
he's just, like, Colbert is just like, hey, I can see my mom's house from here.
I can see you from my house. But you are lowered down onto the island. And it's a very small town. A bustling fishing village. All sides are surrounded by docks and harbors for parking ships.
Yeah.
And once you're down on ground level, there is somebody waiting for you.
Yay.
It looks to be a young seal boy. He's a seal.
Oh my
Seal-
gosh, he's
seal
a
boy.
seal.
He's a seal.
Oh my
Okay,
gosh.
I
He's a
didn't hear
seal
the
boy.
S.
He's a seal boy.
Yeah, me neither.
Okay, I heard eel.
Seal.
And
He's
I'm
a
like,
seal.
ooh.
He's a seal. Like a
He's a
Gotcha.
goofy
seal.
little seal boy. And he gives you a little wave and he says, "Hey there! I'm told you're going across the way.
Yes, yes we are.
Awesome. Follow me. I'll take you to the dock." And he like gives you a little wave, and then he turns on his heel and starts walking off at a rather brisk pace.
Yeah. Kalina just kind of looks at everyone for a moment before just kind of shrugging and then following
Okay.
him.
Mm-hmm.
What is your name, by the way?
He turns around and sort of walks backwards as he's talking to you. And he says, "Oh, my name's Selec, and I am the dock master's son." And he does like a little weird bow, but stumbles on his feet because he's walking
He can't.
backwards.
Oh no. Oh, dear. Well, pleasure to meet you, Selec.
He smiles and says, "Pleasure's mine. You know, it's not every day that we get a group of adventurers coming around here."
I would assume so.
Yeah,
Not to offend, but this place seems rather small.
yeah. We're an old fishing town. Not much to do but fish and go out in the water.
Seems like Colbert's dream.
Honestly,
It doesn't actually say that, but like that's just
Colbert's
me talking.
This is gonna
sounds like a
be
dream.
Colbart's retirement home.
Yeah, this is where he retires too.
Fucking cold. No way.
If he doesn't die.
Summer home.
Yeah, if he doesn't die.
Only in the
Oh
summer.
yeah,
Al-
summer
along
home
the
then.
way.
Summer home.
Yes.
It's too cold. No.
But Selleck leads you all the way to the dock on the southernmost tip of the island, where there is a large ship waiting for you.
Boat.
The ship itself is very different from pretty much every ship you guys have ever seen. It is made out of metal. The hull of it is metal.
Oh.
Oh shit.
And the sails are very strange in the fact that they seem to be jointed. The mast itself is also made of metal, and it looks segmented.
Oh.
The deck of the ship, well, isn't really a deck. It is rounded on top.
Wait.
If this is what I'm thinking it is, I'm not going to say anything, but you can continue. I just have my thoughts.
Selleck leads you to an older looking man. He's very portly. He's got a big bushy beard. And he is smoking a pipe while leaning up against the posts of on the dock.
Mhm.
Hello?
Hello? You good?
Sorry, I got disconnected for like 2 minutes.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
Okay, continue.
But Selleck runs and waves to him. And he's like, "Oi, Captain!" The old man sort of grunts and looks up from his pipe. And Selleck says, "We've got the adventurers here. Going across the way." The captain grunts and nods his head before sort of pushing himself to stand up straight from leaning on the post. And he hobbles over, and you see that he has a leg that is carved out of ivory.
Oh.
And he walks over to you and he says, "Ah. So, you'll be going across the way then?"
Yes, sir.
He says, "Alright. And we got... how many of you on?" And he tries counting, and you see him kind of squint. He's like trying to count everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, as you see him count, like you could just see like just like as the number goes up, you just see the expression slowly change. Like, oh my god.
And he says, "Blimey, that's a lot of you. Well, doesn't matter to me." And he says, "No need to worry about payment. Your captain up there," and he points with his pipe up to Ceruleus, "has already paid for your fare."
Woo!
Good.
I'll have to thank Baraka later.
He smiles, and then he turns towards his ship and he slaps the side of it, and he says, "I saw you staring. I don't think you've ever seen something like this before, have you?"
No, I can't say that I have. I don't know about anyone else here.
"Well, you're in for a surprise. This
Wait.
thing is the prize of the South Sea." And he
Eh.
sort of lovingly rubs the metal hull.
May I quickly make an insight check?
Yes.
That thanks. Rolly. What does
I
an
love when
11
my chair
get me?
screams in pain under my fat ass. It's fair.
Well, depends on what you're looking for or trying to glean.
I'm just wondering, would like, mind you, I don't know if insight would be the right thing. Like, would Anastasius recognize it just from memories of a theoretical blueprint?
That would be a history check, actually.
Okay, let me check his.
So just reroll.
Still an 11.
Okay. So, Anastasius, you have definitely heard of this ship. And you know its name. It is called the Leviathan.
That is
You
a
just-
sick
Like the Destiny
name.
2 raid.
That is a sick name.
You just hear Anastasius, or you see him kind of like deflate a little bit, or as much as he can, and through a muffling, you hear him say, "You son of a bitch. Why the fuck did he have to name it the worst creature of my town?"
All sad.
Oh.
But what you know about this ship and from the plans that were made of it, it is a both surface and below surface ship.
Okay.
What you saw about the mast retracts in. And it can go
Okay.
beneath the surface of the waves. Or the ice.
It's a submarine.
Yep, it is a submarine.
I
Whale flashbacks.
Oh no.
Whale.
That's a
This
whale
is
of a joke right there.
this is so much Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Amazing.
Yeah.
But like Anastasius tries to remember a common sign because like I would think he'd understand common sign, but he needs to like remember it. But he
Sometimes I
like
forget that Sarzoth has like 5 different languages that he knows.
Yeah.
but Anastasius
He's an immortal man. Of course he's going to know multiple languages.
No, I'm talking about Sarzoth.
Oh. Yep, sorry.
Yeah.
We're good.
But
Sorry.
Anastasius just to the best of his ability is like common signs what he has heard from outside of what this guy had said.
Mhm.
Rather or not, people know common sign in this day and age of open hearts is yet to be seen.
I would imagine it's
I guess Kalina might.
about as decently well known as sign language. But probably a little more, considering there are definitely some subspecies, like animal-based subspecies that are low and hard of hearing. So the captain, he introduces himself as, oh god, I had it but then it disappeared, fuck me.
No.
Sorry about that, mate.
The brain lost the
shit.
thought.
Fuck it, he'll introduce himself later. He opens the hatch to the ship and invites you all to climb down in. It's on the top, and you have to like climb on these little rungs and then drop down in on the ladder. So everybody
Okay.
get on up there.
Yeah, I guess we do.
Here we go.
They do be do the doing.
We do.
Anastasius goes in and does the Mario pipe sound.
Boop, boop, boop. To himself.
Yeah.
To himself, yeah.
Yep. Come on, else. Inside the hull of the ship, it is very warmly lit. The coal-powered steam engines that run the ship from within create a nice golden glow. And it is decently warm. Jade, I said that the captain's peg leg is made of ivory.
Okay.
The ship is made out of metal.
Okay, we're good.
We don't need to worry about you sinking the ship.
Okay, because I'm just saying.
You're
It's
not
like
gonna melt it.
I know, but also like if Tagok, I've never actually thought if Tagok gives off smoke or not, and now I'm worried that we're all in a small enclosed space with an open source of fire.
I mean, I don't think she does.
Unless she is in a pile of leaves or something else that would
Yeah.
put off smoke.
There's a reason she was never able to jump into a pile of leaves in the fall.
Mm-hmm.
Jumps in
So
and then it
sad.
just bursts up in smoke.
Just a poof.
And then she cries. Her poor little baby heart is ruined. No
Yeah.
fall activities for her.
Uh-huh.
Sad. But
Sitch.
after all of you go down in, the captain closes up everything and seals the hatch. And he flips a couple switches after he's down in, and you hear the hisses of steam and the pressure in the ship changing.
Oh boy. We're going.
We're going.
We going.
We going.
He smiles and says, "This should be a relatively short ride."
Well, that's good.
And then he says, "You're welcome to join me on the bridge if you want." And then he starts walking off. Who would like to join the captain on the bridge?
I'll go.
I guess Kalina will too.
Alright.
Tagok's not the biggest fan of enclosed underwater spaces.
Yeah. I am surrounded by water. If I
think
go
I'll
in,
go
if
too.
something goes wrong, I will die.
I will die.
As
Or
you
at least be severely injured and then freeze and then die.
as you're all walking to the bridge, you go in this hallway where there are some framed drawings, and it seems to be the drafts of the ship itself.
Ooh.
And you actually get to see that beneath the water's surface, what you couldn't see, the ship itself is actually shaped like a whale.
It's Laboon.
I don't know if y'all have ever watched the Marvelous Misadventures of Flapjack.
I don't think
Nope.
I have.
But there was an episode where there was a metal whale.
Oh yeah. Okay, now that looks familiar.
Laboon.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Does it have a little top hat?
No, it doesn't have a top
Ben,
hat.
I'm upset. Ben, I'm upset that you didn't laugh at my One Piece joke.
Ben stepped away.
Ah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, he said BRB in chat.
I'm
gone.
gonna give him an earful when he gets back. Though.
But after you get a good look at the drawings, showing the ship in full, you pass through the doorway into the bridge, and you see that in this room, of course, there is the commander's center with the wheel and a whole bunch of complex looking knobs, levers, and all the like. And directly in front of it is a large segmented glass window looking out into the ocean.
Pretty.
You know, come to think of it, I don't know if Tagok. I think Tagok might regret her decision. He's
Yeah.
like, oh no, I'm pissed in the
Yeah.
water now. Fuck.
Oh no.
Oh
The water
no.
is right there.
Yeah. It's right there, sad. But the captain, the first thing he does is he pulls a big lever up near the front, and immediately you see much more out beyond the window. Turn on the headlights.
Hey, the headlight.
Well,
He goes through, he turns a few knobs, flips a few levers, and you hear different sounds coming from the ship as he does so. And then he takes a hold of the wheel and the large clutch lever at his right side, and he squeezes it and pulls back on it slowly. And you see as you start descending,
Man, here we go.
on the wall next to you, Kalina, there is a dialed meter, and it was at 0, and it starts going farther and farther down the further that you sink below the surface.
Kalina, she's going to ask, excuse me, Captain, does this meter gauge how deep we are?
Yep, you'd be right.
Ah, I see. This whole ship is an engineering marvel. Fascinating.
There's only one like it in the world.
Well, I would assume so. You don't exactly come across this every day.
It's been such a privilege to be its captain for so long. And then
So,
he points over at a placard on the wall, and he says, "There's only been 2 other captains in the 150 years that this ship has been around."
Kalina, like, she blinks. She's more processing the fact that this thing has been around for over 150 years. And that she hasn't known about it.
so Anastasius, he just you see him take, like, put his like snow goggles on top of his head, brings down his scarves, and says, "Bloody hell, I'm almost the same age as this thing." Okay, before it clicks what he said, and then it just says, disregard that last statement.
Kalina just laughs.
The captain chuckles a little bit. And he says, I remember growing up seeing this thing out on the water and thinking it was some sort of creature, only to find out that I could step inside of it. My poor little baby brain could hardly handle the thought of it.
How long have you been captain?
He taps his chin. He says, I think it's been 40 years.
Oh wow.
He nods. And he says, from the time I was 27, I've been piloting this ship.
Submarine. I'm sorry, my brain is just like, we're in a submarine. We're in a submarine.
Yellow submarine.
Submarine. Yeah, the
Yellow
submarine.
submarine.
So, for those of you who are bad at math, that means that the captain is
67.
67 years old. Yes.
Yay.
Woo!
67. Kalina, she's just kind of staying there for a minute, like, you know, just looking at the, you know, the ocean in front of her, and then she blinks and it just says, oh, pardon me for asking, but I don't believe we caught your name, Captain.
He like turns his head and he says, oh, goodness. Sorry about that.
No worries.
He says, well, my full name is Halla Maria, but you can call me Hal.
Captain Hal.
He nods and grunts. Yeah. But you're able to watch out of the main windshield, and you can see all the little deep Antarctic creatures swimming around. There are different fish. You see just lots of very interesting things.
All the creatures. So many creatures.
And the ride seems to go fairly fast. Really, it only takes you about an hour and a half to go the 2 miles under the water. Or, no, I think that's too long.
Yeah.
Really, only 30 minutes.
Yay.
30 minutes, you are under the water, and then, Captain Hal, you see him. he presses a button and a cord with a little box attached to it lowers from the ceiling. And he takes it in his hand. And you see him speak into it, and he says, Captain Hal to topside. Is the surface clear? No ice? And then you hear a voice echoing in the bridge, and it says, Surface to Captain Hal. It is clear. No ice blocking your way.
Yay!
Woo!
I love how you make it sound like it's like echoey.
Just put my hand over my head.
Yeah,
Put my hand over my mouth.
It works.
Put my hand over my mouth.
It's the creativity.
Creativity.
Hal then squeezes the clutch again and slowly pushes it forward. And you see the meter on the wall slowly heading back towards 0.
Yay!
As you can also see the water become brighter and brighter blue as more light filters through as you reach the surface.
Yay!
And eventually you hear the splashing sound of the top of the ship breaching the water.
Da-ba-da-da.
Hal goes through all the motions to safely put it in park. And then he turns around and he says, all right, we're here.
That was quite fast. A lot faster than I thought it would be.
He shrugs and says, well, it's only 2 miles.
That is true.
And then as he's walking with you to the hatch, he says, you know, the longest trip I've ever taken on this ship was a 300-mile trip. We were at the very bottom of the ocean. I was taking a bunch of scientists on an exploration.
Oh.
And then he says, but that's not the longest trip this ship has ever taken.
What's been the longest?
I don't know the exact number of miles, but it was 1 complete round trip around the entire globe.
Does Kalina know how many miles that would be?
Casual flex.
You can make an estimate, but since you don't know the exact route that they took, you would guess it would have to be like anywhere from 100,000 to 500,000, depending on what route they took. So the shortest possible route they took could have been 100,000 miles. Longest route they could have taken 500,000.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so 2 miles in 30 minutes. 4 miles per hour.
He's
Sorry,
doing the
what
math.
mile? Sorry, how many miles did you say it was again?
Anywhere between 100,000 and 500,000.
Alright, 100,000 and 500,000. Give me a second. And we're under the assumption that, like, maybe that it didn't stop at all. I don't know. Depending on, it probably stopped at some point because, you know,
Mhm.
supplies. But
Yes, yes.
okay, so 4 miles
Refueling.
per hour. 100,000 divided by 4. The hours divided by 24. Divided by 365. Or that was at least a 2.5 year journey.
Yeah.
Hot damn.
If you were going at the rate that you
Yeah.
traveled.
Yeah, like
The
if,
ship
'cause,
definitely has
yeah,
the
4 miles per
capability to
hour.
go faster.
Yeah.
But, you know, you're not going to use your fastest speed to just get across the little 2-mile strait between the mainland and the island.
Yeah. But yeah, like whatever the math is, like you can see, like for those that are looking at Kalita, you can like see her doing the math in her head, and you just kind of see her eyes widen.
He sees your like shock,
The thinking face.
and you can see the grin on his face widen, and he says, "Would you believe that it was her maiden voyage?"
Like she just like snaps her face, like snaps her eyes towards him. She's like, "Maiden voyage."
He nods, and he says, "The people who made this thing had big dreams, and by gods, they've made them happen."
Clearly. How long was that voyage? It must have taken at least a year or two.
He nods. He says, "A year and 3 months."
Oh wow.
And then he says, "Before we get
Oh,
off, would you
wow.
like to see the photos taken from the maiden voyage?"
Cool.
I would.
He smiles and he like waves you to come with him. He takes you
Happy Waddle.
he takes you to a room that's in the hallway leading to the bridge, and turns on the light, and you see that there are frames on the walls and a bunch of albums in bookcases, and
Okay.
there's like a bunch of artifacts as well.
Hmm.
And at the end of the room, there's a podium with a very big album that's very old looking.
150 years old.
Mm-hmm. And he opens it up, and in it you see these very detailed drawings. Some of them are even done with like watercolor
Ooh.
of the captain at various locations around the globe. And it kind of gives you a good marker of what way they traveled. And you can kind of tell that the path they took, they went from... Where's the map? Where's the map? Where's the map? They went from the Serpent's Head Peninsula in the south. They went around the south of it, up the Silk Sea, and into the Arius Ocean, up the coast of that into the Drake's Maw Sea, all the way up, above the Tangled Root Islands, around the Arms of Heaven, circled Creed Heil, back out through the Lockhart Ocean, circled the Heartland, went all the way back towards the Bonded Islands, and then back to the Serpent's Head before they... to refuel and get their stock of coal before heading south of the Lonely Heart to the Cold Sea, above the frozen wastes, before finally their final stop is in Ciptria, the final photo. And it's the most detailed of all. It's actually a piece of canvas instead of just a piece of parchment. It is a decently sized scrap of canvas that has been painted on. And then he says, and this one was just the rough draft for this painting.
Anastasia sides him and it just says, rough draft.
It's me whenever I see any of y'all draw.
Hmm.
I was like, oh, this is just a sketch. A
Mhm.
sketch? What the fuck do you mean?
Yeah. And you see him reach towards the wall, and you notice that on the wall, you hadn't really taken notice to it before, but there seems to be curtains on the wall. And he draws the cord, and the curtains pull back, and there is the painting in its full glory,
Oh.
with the captain and the crew of the ship standing with, like, people from Ciptria.
Okay.
Before it,
Whoa.
well, before it got,
Yeah.
yeah.
Where they're
Before they all
standing
turned
is
hollow.
actually in front of Verbina's temple. You can see it in the back.
Oh. Wait, we were there, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, it's just like, wait a minute, we've been here.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, Kalina, she's just looking at this in awe. It's like, wow.
Captain Hal smiles and he says, I hope to one day take the same route before I die.
Kalina, she's just, she kind of nods, but she's just kind of absorbing all of this information. Just standing there. So much knowledge.
Knowledge.
Knowledge. Absorbing. And she's so excited.
Tagak's just existing in the corner.
Yeah. It's like, okay, good on you, boss.
Probably still staring out the window into the blue abyss.
Yeah, you're not by the window anymore.
Yeah, but still.
She's just
It's
staring
there.
down the
Yep.
hallway towards it.
Yeah,
Just like,
yeah. It's like, I got my eye on you.
It's not getting any closer. We're fine.
it's not
Constantly
approaching me.
monitoring the window.
It's not breaking, it's not approaching. But, after a good while of you sort of admiring this, Captain Hal says, well, I assume that you have to be on your way, considering, Berica said what y'all are doing is pretty important, but... And he gives you a bit of a pat on the shoulder, like, a hard manly
Yeah.
slap. And he
Mhm.
says, I'd love to let you take a better look at this when we bring you back.
Kalina, she looks at him and just nods excitedly, and says, yes, of course. That would be wonderful.
He smiles and nods and he says, alright then. Let's get you topside.
She's such a history nerd.
But Hal leads you to the hatch again and opens it up for you. And he climbs
Out
out
we
first
go.
and then, helps everybody out.
Yeah.
How he's able to keep stable footing on the metal hull with only one shoe and a peg leg is beyond you.
His sea legs.
his sea legs.
He's a true sea dog.
But pretty much as soon as you step out, you look towards the mainland, and all you see is just flat white. The horizon fades into the distance and sort of muddies itself with the terrain. You can't tell where the snow ends and the sky begins. It's just a haze of white ahead of you.
Oh, dang.
And you can hear
Been
the
there.
wind howling.
Oh, boy.
Ye-
The only color that you can see anywhere around you is the golden glow behind the windows of the houses of the coastal town.
Oh.
Very spooky.
Once on the dock, you see that there is another small group of people that are waiting for you.
Our escorts. But yeah, I guess we approach them. We waddle over.
Mhm.
Oh, so there's a ton of lightning outside my window.
Kaboom.
The storm has finally reached you.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't heard any thunder yet, but I can see the lightning.
Yeah.
Very
Yep.
quickly, before Anastasius goes and works towards getting it topside, he puts back on his like 3 scarves and his eye mask.
Yeah. You don't want his delicate layer of
Like-
mucus to freeze.
Yeah. That wouldn't be fun.
Mm-hmm.
But as you approach the the tallest of the group, and what also looks to be the oldest, steps forward, and they say, "Hello there, adventurers. We run the Slays Guild, and we'll be escorting you all the way to the temple."
Thank you.
They bow their head deeply to you and say, "Come, we'll get you settled in." And
Waddled away.
they lead you to the guild outpost at the edge of the village, where you see that there's a large stable where inside are these large horned beasts. They are heavily built like cattle, but extremely thick and fluffy. Their fur is white and gray, and their horns are big, and they branch out almost like a moose's, but are far thicker. They have large humps on at their shoulders, where their straps and bridles, harnesses attached to them.
Alright. Big cow.
Mm-hmm.
Big cow.
How?
Cow.
Meow.
Cow. Moo.
These creatures are called they're affectionately referred to as the snow cattle, because they're just big old snow cows. Big old snow
Yeah.
cows.
Moo.
And all of them have bells attached to their harnesses. Because
Gosh.
sometimes when you're out in the snow and you can't see them, you gotta hear them.
Oh yeah. Yeah. You just call out for them and then you just hear a bunch of bells jingling as they run.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They are extremely large. Anastasius,
Yeah.
these beasts stand, like, the top of their shoulder hump stands
Mhm.
at your collarbones.
Ooh.
Big
tall.
motherfucker.
They are
massive.
large.
Big large.
They're fucking big. They're like bison.
Fuck
Big,
yeah.
big like bison. The guild master leads you to where the sleighs that you are going to be taking are set up. There are 2 sleighs, and these things are huge. They're almost like covered carriages that a royal would use, but they're sleighs.
Ooh. Very nice.
They are sleek and carved out of wood. And you're let inside, and all of your stuff is packed away safely, securely, and neatly. And the rest of the guild gets to work on, harnessing up all of the bison. 4 bison pull each of your sleighs. So 8 in total.
Yeah.
And before long, you are setting out. And
Pale beyond.
into the Pale Beyond.
I'm sorry, I had to do that at least once. I had to do that at least once.
And all of you can watch through the windows as you pass by the blank expanse of snow. It's almost dizzying for you to look out of the windows, so you opt to close the curtains.
Lena's probably gonna be reading.
Very quickly.
Now the question is she gonna read like any other book, or is she gonna read a romance novel disguised as a regular book? That's the question.
Who knows?
Very close.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, Anastasius has like the goggles. Would he have lessened the light hitting his eyeballs to a certain extent, or no?
Yeah, if they have like a tinted glass.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna give y'all opportunities to role play amongst each other.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say Kalina and Tagok, you 2 are together in one of the carriages, and the other 3, y'all are in the other carriage with other people. I'm currently trying to split it up perfectly, but
Yeah.
go.
But yeah, Kalina's probably just nose deep in her book. Oh wait, I know. She's gonna have like you kind of see her reaction on her face, and she's just like, what? No! Like audibly saying no.
Something bad happened in her book. Satch.
Something bad happened in the book.
Tagok's not gonna say anything regards to that, but she's just looking out the window at the just blank brightness that is snow. And I think she's just gonna be like, I don't think I've ever seen that much white before.
Helena, she says, "Sorry, what?" Because like she's still upset. She's still processing.
She's engrossed in the book.
And like she closes her book and looks over at Tagok.
Tagok just keeps looking out the window and says, outside. Don't think I've seen anything like it.
Helena, she looks out and says, "Me neither. I don't think any of us have, to be fair."
I mean, I've at least seen snow before, but and she just shakes her head in awe.
Yeah. It's like, how is there this much snow in one place?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And it stays.
I think the only other time she's really like seen snow was on the mountain,
Yeah.
and like that's a mountain that's completely different than you can't tell where the world ends and the sky begins. She hasn't had much snow action before other than that.
Yeah.
So, I just thought of something.
What?
Okay, so attached to who theoretically a sleigh, like who one of the like carriages, or even just a bison, I don't know. Anastasia's just on a pair of skis,
Oh,
or
God.
a sleigh, or
God.
He's bored.
It's just bored.
He's
or
gonna
a
fucking go skiing.
a ski, a pair of skis, a board, whatever. What are your thoughts, y'all?
Tube.
Tube.
Probably
Tube.
not
Yeah.
safe.
Tube.
Probably not, but
You're probably gonna
poss-
die.
Tubing is so fun though.
Yeah.
It is.
Until
I've never
your
gone snow
parent
tubing,
decides
though.
they're going to
Oh yes.
absolutely fling you off, take out all their anger.
But hey, it is fun when you're tubing, no matter what medium, and then you just go flying.
I have put the list of who's in what.
Oh, Tagok, where were the forest creatures?
Yeah. You got the
Yay.
dogs. You've got the dogs.
Yay.
We got the
The
dogs.
fluffy
The
ones.
The ladies, the dogs, and the boys.
Yeah.
That's pretty much how it's divided up. Ladies and dogs, and then the boys.
Yeah.
Yeah. The three genders.
yes.
Woman, dog, boy.
Yep.
So,
What gender is
thing-
you?
none of the above.
So you're dog.
No.
You are
You're
dog.
not registered to vote.
Yeah. You gotta get
So-
on that. Civil duty.
Anastasius is, to the best of his ability in his cart, just being crammed. And he is attempting to do his best to ride.
Mm-hmm.
with the ink somewhat also being frozen over.
It's fairly warm within the sleighs. You're very surprised, but what with the fact that all of you are bundled up and there is a decent amount of warm blankets and furs for all of you, it's pretty warm. Still a little cool, but definitely not as cold as outside.
Yay.
Okay. Is it? He's writing.
Reading.
Is he just writing a will just in case he freezes over while in the area?
My last will and testament.
Someone just asked him, "Oh, what are you writing, Anastasius?"
My will.
And at the top it says "Will and Testament," and they're like, "Oh."
You're so pessimistic. I'm just realistic.
I
I'm
gotta
gonna
get-
die out here, man. Stop that.
Okay. And then all of a sudden, Colbert just kind of shouts, "Oh my God, they're gay!"
So, Anastasius and Sarzoth are the only two non-NPCs with Colbart there. So,
Anastasius kind of like shocks in a way of like, and he takes off his scarves and are like, "What are gay? The penguins,
The fish birds, they're gay!
fishers. May I see the pig? May I see what these?
I show pictures of the penguins.
Ah, those are penguins. Nasty fuckers they are,
I
but
feel
very
like,
cute.
sorry, like you can continue, but I want to share my thought in a second.
Yeah, just
nasty fuckers.
Anastasius just says if
They are.
Anastasius after seeing them says, nasty fuckers they are, but very cute. I didn't know they were gay.
Yeah,
Good
some
for
of them
them.
are just straight up gay, and like
Good for them.
some gay
Good
parents
for them.
kind of steal eggs from other penguins and raise them.
Well, I'm not gonna say anything. Go on to that. But even still,
Can I share my thought now?
Yeah.
yeah.
I feel like Clement is watching this, and I feel like he's had that exact same moment with Kalina when she was learning about penguins growing up.
Oh my
it's
God,
just
they're
like this-
gay.
And he's just like, "This is really familiar."
He gets dad flashbacks.
Colbert, you
Yup.
don't
Or
exactly
uncle
take notice
flashbacks,
of this,
technically.
but pretty much as soon as you start talking about, oh my god, they're gay, Clement very sneakily reaches into his bag and pulls out an unopened bottle of wine and pops it.
Does Anastasius notice?
Yeah, but you don't like say anything. You don't. It's very subtle. It's just like you hear the slight pop and you look over and then see Clement putting a bottle to his lips.
Well, there goes that idea.
You also see him pass it to Nyoka, who makes a bit of a grabby hand at it. And he's
They're
like, here,
"Come on, come on,
take
come on."
this. Let me have a fucking sip. You're my brother-in-law. Fucking gimme. I'll tell Chatu if you don't.
No. Oh dear.
Is Sarzoth gonna ask for some wine? Because that sounds like something
Yeah,
Sarzoth
not
would
today.
do. Wow, Sarzoth
it's-
is being so responsible. I'm so happy for him.
Oh my
And it's
god.
No, he just doesn't give enough of a shit right now.
Too sleepy.
Anastasius
I'm
takes out
definitely
a
not projecting.
Ah.
Anastasius takes out a little glass, little to him, and hands it over, and just puts it towards the guy.
Clement. Clement's been in here since like episode 0. How do you not know his name?
I'm just bad with names, my guy.
God. Yeah, but
Been around for so long and all the names start to meld together.
Clement pours you a bit of wine. And then he's like, I guess I'm glad I brought multiple.
Oh my god.
Wait, how many do you have?
4. And he holds up 4 fingers.
Oh my god.
Well, one of them is sacrificial.
He didn't
Unless
bring the
it's not including
sacrificial
sacrifice
wine. He didn't bring the sacrifice wine. This is drinking wine.
Damn.
Man's prepped. It'll keep you warm, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
After hearing that he has 4 of them, he's gonna say, "Alright, give me something that you have 4. What the fuck?"
Clement then reaches into his bag and pulls out wine glasses. Like
Oh my god, yes.
they're like
As you do.
they're carved out of like ivory.
Ooh.
So they're like, you know, nicely carved wine glasses. They're not glass because, you know, glass gets cold.
Yeah.
And he
And safety.
passes them around. And then he pours everybody some. Everybody who wants some. He offers some to Sarzoth. And Sarzoth's like, no, not today.
Anastasius
anything
continue. Anastasius just continues to use his help.
Yeah. You've already got your glass. You don't need 2, buddy.
Yup.
Yep.
You don't need to be double
You gotta
fisting.
make it really crazy.
Yeah, double fisting wine glasses. What are you, some kind of fucking middle-aged white woman?
One man, one jar, but it's a wine bottle.
I'm
sorry. I'm really sorry.
Ah! We're not explaining it. I will not explain it to anyone.
And you will not explain it either.
We're not
I
explaining
don't really.
it.
I regret saying that, so I'm not. You're right.
Good.
Nobody will know what we're talking about ever.
In our group, that isn't innocent, is innocent. Sorry, and it loves their life.
Yep. Anyways, by the time Clement is finished filling everyone's cups, the bottle is empty.
Oh my god.
Especially considering that Anastasius's glass could probably hold 1.5 wine bottles.
He's a big boy. He gets the big boy mug.
Drinking wine out of a mug. Such a vibe.
Yeah.
And on the mug it
Anastasius.
says over 30 and very flirty.
No.
It's
No,
carved in
Anastas-
runes. He didn't know what it meant.
Yeah.
No, Anastasius would have made his own class, and it says over 30 and done with all y'all shit.
In like the pretty.
That's not. It's not as catchy though.
Yeah.
He wasn't going for catchy.
Maybe it's in a language where it rhymes in that language only.
Yeah. Maybe it's like draconic or something.
Yeah,
Mhm.
draconic.
And it looks all fancy and everything, and they're like, oh my god, is that like some sort of, you know, runic sigil or
Inspirational
something?
quote?
And he's like, nah, it means this. And they're like, wow, I can't believe you're a middle-aged white woman. I can't believe it, I'm turning into a white woman.
He then
A
turns
white
to the side.
wine.
A
He
white
turns to
woman.
the side, he drinks, and he flips them with the bird every time. Every time he gets called a middle-aged white woman.
Yeah. The drunker
But yes,
the drunker
the
everybody
boys are
gets, the
drinking
more
wine.
the gals and the creatures
As they
are
do.
admiring the snow. Especially Freya.
Sorry.
Just, oh,
Freya.
it's so much.
Yeah.
If they were out there, they'd be having the zoomies.
Oh, definitely.
They would do the classic fox thing of like jumping up
Yes.
it
Mhm.
Yes.
in the air and just shoot.
Oh yes.
Pretty much, like, one side of the seats is Tagok and Kalina, and then the other side and a little bit on the floor is the creatures just kind of flopped out, like rolled over on their bellies and shit, curled up,
Aw.
being all snuggly.
Yeah.
But you know, it's a pretty boring day as you travel through the wastes from the time you arrived at the village until the sun starts to hang lower in the sky. And as the sun sinks lower, you can actually feel that, yeah, the temperature is dropping even more.
Oh dear.
And the insides of the
Yay.
sleighs are starting to get a little bit chilly. And you're having to wrap up a little more in the blankets.
Yeah.
And, you know, put on some of those layers that you had shed off
Yeah.
just for
Coat's coming back on.
everything, all the little bits. Eventually, the sleighs stop. And the coaches come and tell you that you've all reached the halfway camp where you're going to be spending the night, and then tomorrow you're going to be setting out at the first dawn.
Yeah.
Cool.
Did the boys step out and some of them are just completely wasted?
A little fucking tipsy.
Oh no.
Much to your surprise, Kalina,
Mhm.
you expect Sarzoth to step out after you see some of the other ones. You expect Sarzoth to step out also in the same condition. He steps out completely sober.
Oh yeah.
Everybody's a
Kalina's-
little surprised and very proud of him. We're very proud of him
Yeah.
today. We
Yeah,
love him.
Kalina, like she's very proud of him, but she doesn't say anything.
Yeah.
She's just like, oh, look at him.
Sarzoth, you've been having to deal with the drunk antics of 4 men. 4 very queer. You've been having to deal with the drunk antics of four very queer men for the past about 10 hours. You ran. They
Sounds like a Sarzoth shenanigan.
Yeah, they ran out of alcohol quite a while ago, but
Oh,
that didn't
no.
stop them.
Damn.
Would Anastasius, like how you said before, would the amount they drank be enough to drunken him?
You're a little buzzed, but definitely not as tipsy as the smaller boys.
I would
Okay,
imagine because it is really cold and also Kobar felt like it. He would have been like snuggling up with Yoka and Comet.
No.
The boys are getting a little zesty up in there. They're getting a little fruity. Don't mind them. Just boy things. Just boy things.
Boys will be boys.
Boys will be boys.
But yeah, Kalina, like, she sees the three, like, you know, like, looking very tipsy. Mostly looking at Clement.
Mm-hmm.
She just kind of goes up to him and says, happened in there?
he immediately starts laughing and he says, "We got a little carried away with the wine."
I can see that.
Honest,
And then he says, I thought 4 bottles would last us there and back, but it didn't even last one day."
Oh dear.
Oh my god.
Anastasius
Now you're gonna be
quickly.
mad at yourself tomorrow.
I know.
Anastasius looks around and just asks, "Is there any way we could get to some warm water?" Partly because, like, you can see him starting to get a bit crusty. Partly because
Dusty.
partly to because he's thirsty.
Yeah. While y'all are having this conversation, you can kind of vaguely see that Fen, Freya, and Asami are sort of playing in the snow a little bit,
Aw.
just rolling around, being goofy,
Mhm.
and nobody notices that Freya makes a snowball.
Oh god.
Yo.
And
Yes.
Who's the unsuspecting victim?
Arrows very quickly.
mhm.
I would like to remind you of a feature that isn't on his D&D Beyond page, but Anastasius has,
Mhm.
which is observation hockey.
Yeah. They're
So
all kind of
just-
crowded around, and as you're considering that you're taller and you're kind of facing the direction that they're playing behind everybody, you see Freya make a snowball and like look towards the group. And you wonder, who is Freya going to pelt?
Who's
Anastasia,
it gonna be?
Who's it gonna
Anastasia,
be?
Anastasius gets out of the snowball distance.
Yeah.
You probably just have to take like one step back. Cause he's that tall.
hmm
Just boop.
So, Freya pats the snowball, and their tail is kind of wagging a little bit as they prepare to throw it. And they throw it towards the group, not really aiming for anybody in particular, but it hits Colbart right in the face. It arcs over the heads of everybody, facing Freya and the little children's
Oh, hold on.
over, and then right onto Colbart's face.
Does it sober him up for like just a second?
Yeah. Colbart, you see a snowball come
a
arcing
oomph.
over Kalina and Tagok's head, and then it biffs you right in the face.
Oh.
Alright.
Oof.
And then he stumbles and falls right on his ass.
You kind of fall into the snow a little bit, the weight causing it to sort of, cave in. And now you're stuck, ass in the snow, feet and arms sticking out.
I'm
Really,
gonna
like,
just
she-
get up.
Oh. Kalina, she obviously sees Colbart fall, and like she looks back to where the snowball came from.
And you see Freya is on their back, rolling around, laughing.
And Kalina, she has a thought.
Mm-hmm.
She's beginning a bit more mischievous across the campaign. Still very much like Pearl from Steven Universe in terms of going out and having fun,
Mm-hmm.
but she smiles and like, I'm guessing Freya is, like, just, like, on their back, laughing and, like, not really paying attention.
Yeah.
So she, kneels down and, packs up a snowball and, chucks it.
Shucks it.
It lands on top of Freya, and they shriek in surprise, and then sort of brush it off, but continue laughing.
Can I get up?
Yes. You struggled to get up a little bit, but you managed to pull yourself out of the snowbank.
I'm taking a handful of snow and chucking it. Without knowing, I have to compact it.
It just kind of flutters everywhere,
Oh.
bits of it hitting everybody near you. Kalina, Clement, Nyoka, Tagok.
Hit Tagok and you just hear a sizzle.
And Tara probably just kind of like shudders a little bit, and she's just like looking between all of you guys, just kind of confused as to what is going on.
Doing? I'm so confused.
What is this?
I don't know what's going on.
Like, she looks at Tagok and says, "You've never had a snowball fight?"
And she goes, "The only other time I've seen snow was at the mountain."
Well,
Very- Very quickly, is there warm water?
If you go down into the subterranean camp that is like, it's ice, there is like, warm water and all the amenities down there.
Okay.
And it's like warmer since, there's like fire down there.
Right.
Go hydrate, you silly little squid man.
hydrate before you die straight, kids.
So yeah,
Agreed.
Anastasia is just quickly, like, takes a little, like, hide skirts, like, runs in that, like very cartoonish way. When people have, like, a ton of layers on. And back from getting warm water.
Yeah. He go get him water. He hydrate. Thirsty boy. Yeah. But
Yeah.
snowball.
Yeah.
Snowball. Snowball fight.
Cobart is definitely gonna lose. He has no idea what he's doing.
But yeah, Kalina, wait, like, who else could she see is, like, joining in on the snowball fight? Sorry, I zoned out for a bit because I was trying to get some music up.
Nyoka is joining in on the snowball fight. Clement has decided to follow Anastasius down into the camp.
Yeah.
Because he's a little bit tipsy.
Yeah.
He's a bit
But
fucking
yeah,
wasted.
Kalina definitely joins in on the snowball fight, and she gets another snowball and throws it right at Nyoka.
Nyoka tries to dodge, but in his inebriated state, he falls over. And he stumbles and falls onto his face.
Oh dear. Oh no.
Like,
And
just
Kalina-
absolutely fucking faceplant into the snow.
Kalina, she laughs and goes over to him and just says, "Nyoka, you alright?"
You hear a very muffled voice from the snow. He's like, I'm fine.
Do you need help?
Maybe.
Alright. Come on. Up you go.
You kind of roll him over a little bit and then grab him by his arms and yank him up. And he's just kind of loose and floppy.
They just like flop up against me.
He's kind of giggly. But when you pick him up, you can tell that his face is really, really cold.
Oh dear.
Like, much colder than it should be.
Okay, Kalita, what she realizes is just says, "Oh, oh dear, we need to warm you up. You're freezing."
He says, I'm fine. I'm just a little chilly.
No, I am not risking that. You're naturally cold-blooded.
Okay, okay. And he just kind of lets you drag him along.
Yeah, and she looks back at Fen, Freya, and Asumi and just says, "Come on, we're heading to the camp."
Freya sounds upset as they
It's like,
let their
"Aw."
antennas droop.
Kalina's just like, I know, but we'll have another chance to have a snowball fight, alright?"
As she says that, Kolbar is gonna come in, sneak in, and just dump some snow on Freya.
Freya giggles and swats away the snow
Aw.
before like skimpering towards the camp with Fen and Asumi.
Yeah.
Tegak's gonna go to the other side of Nyoka and like grab his other arm. Just be like, all right, I'm a heat source. I know.
Yeah. I am toasty. He
Come here, lizard man.
he leans his head on your shoulder, trying to get closer to the heat source of you.
Aw.
But pretty much you all head down into the camp, and it is a very nicely furnished subterranean ice village, basically, like a tiny village
Yeah.
beneath the ice that's, it's got plates of metal and wood that line the walls, keeping a barrier between the ice, and you can see fur and hay sticking out between the boards, proving to be insulation. And it's much warmer in here. And you all head to where you're going to be sleeping for the night.
Yeah. Nope. Oh,
Bless
yeah, it's
you.
getting cold. We need to get Stars off the bed.
Fuck
We need to-
off.
He's a whippy.
It's
He's
just a
lit.
dusty room, okay? It's a dusty room.
Yeah, but we're also in the cold.
Yes, but it's also a dusty room.
Dusty room and cold.
Which means Tegak's gonna sneeze.
You're
Okay.
fired. You're fired.
Tegak's
You can't
gonna
fire me.
sneeze.
You can't fire me. I built this company. But as you are all settling down for the night, and
No!
are attempting to go to sleep, you
my our program crashed. No.
rest in piss, Krita.
Oh no.
You all find that you're having trouble sleeping.
Yeah.
Tegak, you brought your medallion from Kane, but even that is proving to not be of use. All of you
Oh, fun.
feel a sense of unease as the sun sinks beneath the horizon. and all you can hear is the howling of the wind outside and the very faint crackling of the fire and embers.
Yeah, that's really odd. That, like, everyone is having trouble sleeping. Even Tagog with the freaking medallion that's supposed to knock her out.
Yeah.
And make sure that she doesn't have nightmares.
Yeah.
Everybody's just kind of either laying there trying to go to sleep or sitting up or trying to, pass the time until they feel like they can sleep.
Yeah.
But
So, wait, are we all, like, staying in one tent, or are we in, like, different tents?
well, it's like a chamber.
Oh, okay.
Chamber under the ice. So
Okay, gotcha.
you are all in like one big round room where there's a fire pit at the middle warming the room, and you're all sort of on big mats
Gotcha.
with furs
gotcha.
and blankets sort of situated around the room.
Okay. Gosh, there's like lightning every 5 seconds where I am. What the hell?
Yep, it's
Boom.
storming. I'm getting some
Boom.
thunder.
But yeah, Kalina, she's probably just like reading, like trying to distract herself or have herself relax. And can she see who else is like sitting up and awake or whatnot?
Yes. You see that Ben is up and awake. They are sitting with their knees up to their chest, and they look a little disgruntled.
Kalina, she looks over at them and just kind of softly says, "Can't sleep?"
They shake their head to say no, they can't sleep.
Me neither. I can't shake this feeling. It's unease. I'm not sure.
Fen moves their eyes to look at you. They say, "Yeah, me too."
It almost feels like everyone is feeling that way because everyone's stirring so much.
Fen kind of lowers their knees a little bit, and then says, "I don't hear the voices, but do you know the feeling of anticipating something? Fearing it's gonna come?"
Somewhat, yes.
Yeah. It's almost like the voices not being there, I dread more than them actually being there.
I see. Helena, she's just kind of sitting there for a bit. She's trying to think of something to say, but she can't really. She's just. She wants to go to sleep, but her body's saying no.
They sigh a little bit and say, "I probably shouldn't overthink it, should I?"
Wait, sorry, never think what?
I,
Sorry, my
I,
brain.
I probably shouldn't overthink it, should I?
Oh, okay. Kalina just says, that might be for the best. Sometimes getting trapped in your own head, you can your worst enemy.
Yeah.
I know I tend to overthink things myself quite a lot.
Mm.
Thinking is my job after all.
They nod in understanding, and you see them shift to go lay back down and sort of bundle up, and you see that Freya snuggles a little bit closer to them, and they go to wrap their arms around Freya,
Aww.
and they look up at you a final time and say, "Good night, Kalina."
Good night, Fen. Sleep well.
You too. And then you see them snuggle down next to Freya.
Is Kalina able to go to sleep now? Or is she not relaxed enough yet?
Eventually, you do manage to fall asleep. All of you do.
Yay!
Woo!
And I'd like you all to take a long rest.
Yay!
Huzzah!
Also, sorry, Jade, I didn't see the thing that you had put in roleplay.
Hey, no worries. You again.
Alright, I want all of you to pick a number, between 1 and 20. And, think of it in your head. And I'm
Okay.
gonna hope that none of you pick the same number.
Alexa,
Okay.
office on.
Okay, Alexa.
Is
Wait,
every-
so think of a number between 1 and 20 or roll?
Think of a number. You can roll if you want,
Okay.
but don't say it out loud.
Okay.
Do you all have your numbers?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Did anybody pick 2?
No.
Nope.
Did anybody pick 14?
Nope.
No.
Were any of you close to 14?
I was.
I did 10.
I was closer to 2.
Okay. What was your number, Taydot?
6.
I'm 3.
Okay. Let's go with Colbert then. Since Colbert was the closest to the first one.
Okay.
Colbert, you wake up first. And you are awoken by somebody shaking you awake.
Oh.
What?
Colbert, you open your eyes and you see Freya, sort of crouched above you, frantically shaking you.
Oh.
Frey, what's happening?
Freya, sounds a little out of breath. They are heavily breathing, and you can see on their hair that there is, fresh snow particles.
Oh.
And they say, it's Fen and Asami.
What? Where are they?
They ran out into the snow. I tried calling them, but they won't come back.
Oh shit. Wake up, take on, wake up everyone else, and I get up,
Okay.
put on whatever the fuck I can as quickly as possible, and I'm just gonna
Freya,
go out the door for a sec.
Freya, as you're about to go out the door, they say, "Wait!
Hmm?
Be careful! And then they run over to you and lower their voice. They say, I heard something out there.
Oh.
Oh, even better.
I don't know. I don't know what it was. Ben and Asami went towards it, I think.
Uh,
Oh dear.
alright.
Oh,
Thank
goody.
you for
Oh no.
telling me that. I'll be careful, I promise.
They look like they're about to cry, but they nod and go to start waking everybody up.
Yep.
Some of you
they're
are
gonna-
already kind of awoken by, like, you know, the frantic talking, but Freya comes and wakes all of you up
Alright.
and gives you the same debrief. Fen and Freya went out, Fen and Asami went out in the snow and they won't come back.
Oh dear.
I go out the door and I'm obviously searching for any footprints or anything.
Colbert, you step out and it is pitch black.
Oh, it's still dark.
It is, you look up and you can see that the moon is still high into the sky as you can see it above you.
Hey, Kane, you got a second?
Yeah.
Kane.
You can see the area around the entrance of the camp that is illuminated by a magic lantern that hangs on a post. The radius of what you can see on the ground is a 10-foot radius in a circle around the post.
Good radius.
So I'm going to need you to make an investigation check.
Alright. Shit. 14 total.
All right, Colbert. The only tracks you can see are the frantic tracks of Freya that lead towards the entrance of the camp as they were coming back in.
Okay. Fuck it, going bird.
All right. Colbert, you turn into a bird, and a couple seconds later, the rest of the group starts coming out. All of you come out in time to see Colbert shift into a bird and take to the skies. It seems that the heavy wind and the blizzard has died down, and the night is very still.
Okay. Well, that's good. Is it like still snowing?
It's snowing, very lightly.
Okay. So we have better visibility then?
Yes, there are some gaps in the clouds where you can see the moon, but it's still overcast.
Okay. Where are the, like, the sleds or, like, the people, like, I'm guessing they're asleep?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
You can hear the, snow bison, just beyond the sight of the lantern. You can hear them snoring and, you know, they're chuffing. They're pretty loud.
yeah,
They're sleeping not too far away. They seem undisturbed.
okay. My best guess is that we'd probably make more progress on, like, the sleds or, like, even, like smaller sleds rather than just going on foot.
Maybe wake the people that are here.
Yeah. Kalina, does she know where the people that are here are sleeping or whatnot?
You know that, you passed the room they were in on your way out.
Okay, Kalina's gonna rush back towards there and, barge in, basically.
They kind of like
She doesn't
grumble.
have time for pleasantries.
They grumble a little bit, and they're like, "Oh, what is wrong?"
It's an emergency. One of our group members, they've gone missing.
They bolt up and, you know, they hurriedly put on their heavy layers and come outside, and you see them as they're like coming out. They prepare lanterns for everybody to carry.
Yeah. And Kalina, she like further explains. One of our other group members saw them run out into the snow with their dog, Asami.
Ah, the
And
wolf.
they tried to call them back, but they wouldn't come back.
And Freya like tugs on the like the guild master's furs and says, "There's something out there." This is the first time that you have heard of this, Kalina.
Yeah.
So
And Kalina, she like hears this, just says, "What?"
I don't
What's
know. I heard something.
Does Kalina know about like any big like and possibly dangerous creatures from this area? Like, does she know anything about that?
As far as you're aware, there are no land predators.
Okay.
Like, there are no recorded land predators that exist on the frozen wastes.
Okay. Kalina acknowledges this. However, she trusts Freya. Freya's hearing like a lot. And like their senses a lot, so like she's just like, oh dear. And she does look towards the sled master and ask, do you know if there's any sort of dangerous creatures that they might have heard?
The guildmaster shakes their head and says, "No. There's no predators out here."
Well, they must have had something. Those ears can detect just about anything. And she kind of puts a hand on Freya's head as she says that. Not in just like an assuring way, but more just like as a fact. It's like, yeah, this thing slaps. Can hear anything within a 5-mile radius.
Sonar.
Sonar, baby.
Yeah. But the guildmaster, like, and the other coaches, they pass around all the lanterns to everybody for all of you to hold. So that, you know, you can spread out and see each other more easily.
Yeah. Sure,
Nice.
Kalina has her light magic, but
Yeah.
still. It's always good to have that.
That's dependent on
Also,
your abilities.
Oh my gosh, it's a cat.
Cat? Gato?
It's a cat.
Gato? Oh, baby!
Oh,
Gato! Gato? Yeah! Yeah! Yeah. But, the guildmaster... You see them sort of furrow their brow, and they say, "The only possible thing I can think that your friend here might have heard are wild bison or penguins, but those are nothing to worry about."
Honest.
You hear the disembodied voice in the distance. Give me one of the lanterns too. Carry an extra lantern for Colbert.
Colbart,
You're a bird.
you're flying
I know,
above.
but I'm just saying.
Colbart, you're flying above, and you look back and see that there are lanterns that the group has, and you think to yourself, "Huh, I need me one of them."
Yeah, pretty much.
So you swoop back down and land on Kalina's shoulder and hold out a foot with a grabby hand.
Yeah, Kalina, she actually passes her lantern to Callbot. Oh, hey, Callbot, here.
And I chirp.
Colbert, you take the lantern and then take to the skies again. You are now a beacon of light up in the sky.
Yes, I am.
Just imagining the guildmaster just sees Kalina do this nonchalantly, and they're just like,
What the fuck, weird adventurers.
it's like, what the hell? She has a bird?
Since when? Take a quick walks over to Kalina and actually hands her lantern, and then just heads out.
Kalina's
Doesn't take one, just goes.
Kalina's just like, what? Tagok, wait!
She does not respond. She is heading out, and she's going to try and find Finn.
And Kalina, she's just like, oh, Dad.
Oh,
Tagok,
ow.
get back here! And she, follows after her.
The cake is fighting back.
Oh goodness.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
Heartburn. I ate cake and now I have heartburn.
Oh,
Me.
Sag.
cake fights back. So, for everybody who is going out into the snow, I need all of you to make investigation checks.
Okay.
Or,
Okay.
or, if this pertains to you specifically, you could make a survival check.
What's my survival? Nah,
I think I'll stick with my investigation.
I'm gonna do. I'm gonna
Yeah, I'm at
do.
least gonna stick with investigation for now.
I'm gonna do survival because it's Anastasia.
Got 19.
Yep, I can see that. I saw it on the thing.
Nice.
Maybe I should do a survival
Got
check.
a total of 13. Not too shabby.
You know what? Fuck it. We'll do a survival check.
Who died?
14.
Audrey!
14 survival.
Excuse me.
12 survival.
Alright. So, in order, Tagok, you are able to track the very faint footprints of Asumi about 20 yards out from the camp before they become too faint for you to follow anymore. At that point, you meet up with Kalina, who has been able to track Ben's supposed footprints another 30 yards. Anastasius, they then meet up with you as you are able to track where Asumi and Fen's footprints meet up. And
Did a survival roll.
yeah. It's good. You are able to track their footprints together for about another 50 yards before they split up again
Hmm.
and fade. Above you, you can see Colbart flying out far, far ahead of you. Colbart, you are able to track the footprints of Asumi and Freya as they go out as far as 500 yards away from the camp.
Oh my god, damn, bro.
Oh my
Bird's
god.
eye view.
That is before they disappear.
Damn it.
Eventually, the group meets up with you as you land, not being able to track it any farther.
Can I go the direction that the footprints are going? Just go out just a little bit and see if I can pick
Yeah.
it up again.
Yeah. Colbart, you go out pretty far from where you last saw the footprints, but you are not able to find any traces of wolf or human footprints. You see little footprints made by birds, like tiny little birds, but that's it.
That's it. Nothing else.
Dear.
Nothing else. The path that the footprints that you followed took, Colbart, they were very winding.
Like someone was stumbling.
Yes, or someone who was very lost and didn't know where they were going.
Oh dear.
I'm gonna find places of shelter. See if they bunker down there.
There's nothing. It is flat. There is nothing. Not even a rise in the snow. It is all dead flat. There's not even any little places that you can find where maybe they dug down in to the snow.
Is Kalina at this place where the tracks stopped?
Yes. You and the rest of the group, as you're mostly all together now, sort of following the path that Colbart took, you are all able to find where the tracks end. And by now, even if the tracks didn't end there, the snow has covered them. For, mostly.
Dear. Kalina, can she do like an investigation check on just like the surrounding area? Probably
Yeah.
not gonna do much, but
Go ahead.
okay. Come on, dice, please be good. Please be good. Please be good. No. Nat 20.
Nice.
Yo!
Come on, please give me something.
And what is the total of that?
25, like investigation 25.
Let's go!
The fact that you asked for the total of that
Yep.
makes me nervous.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
But also it
Kalina,
makes sense.
you are looking around the area. Pretty much as far as you can see, there is just nothing. In the distance, you can see Colbart flying up in the sky. He is just a little beacon of warm light. A speck now in the distance from how far he is. But, nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Oh dear. Kalina, she's starting to panic. A lot. She's just like, oh dear. Oh no. No, 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 no. Where could they have gone? There's nothing out here.
The guild master makes their way to the front of the group where you are, and they hold up their lantern and they say, about 2 miles out that way, there is a small camp, smaller than the one we're staying at.
Could they have gone that far?
There's no way of knowing that they even know it's there, but I know that that camp does patrols often. There's a chance that they find them,
Okay.
but we'll have better luck in the morning when we can take the sleighs.
But they'll freeze out here.
The guildmaster looks at you and says, you would think so, but you all came pretty prepared, more so than most people.
I suppose. All right. We'll head out in the morning.
The guildmaster puts their clothed hand on your shoulder as like a show of, I know it's difficult for you to do this,
Yeah.
but it's in the best interest of everybody. And then they look out towards the little glowing speck out there and say, is there any way for you to call back your friend?
Yes, Cobalt?
Do I hear it?
You think you very faintly hear your name. Like, the syllables of your name.
I'm gonna search for that sound.
Yeah. You turn towards, back towards where you remember the group being, and you see a cluster of lights that are all sort of huddled together. Approximately where, you last saw the tracks.
Now I fly over to them.
Colbart, you land,
And turn back into Fish Boy and I ask, "Wait, have you found anything?"
No. There's a smaller camp a few miles from here, and they do patrols, but our best chances are heading out in the morning when we have the sleighs.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I don't like that.
Me neither.
The guildmaster points up to the sky and says, luckily we've only got about 2 hours until the dawn begins to break. We'll set out at first light.
All right.
Okay.
That's at least a little bit comforting. I thought it was much earlier than that.
Just try to warm yourself up in that time. Eat your early meal.
Of course.
Anastasius nods.
And begrudgingly, all of you trudge back to the camp and go beneath the surface of the ice. once you're beneath, all of you just kind of sit around the fire where you had been sleeping not 20 minutes before.
Oh my god.
Freya looks extremely sad. Almost guilty.
Kalina, she looks at Freya and just says, "Do you need a hug?"
As soon as you say that, their face just kind of crumples. And they crawl over to you. And just hug you
Yeah.
and start crying into your coat.
Oh, Freya. And she hugs them tighter, and I'm guessing like her mouth is covered, but she just kind of presses her face up like against their head. Like, you know, like the best form
Yeah.
of a kiss that she could possibly give on their forehead.
Freya is just crying, and they look up at you and they say, "I'm sorry. I couldn't stop them. I tried."
I know you did. I know you did. You did all that you could. Don't blame yourself, alright?
You can, they're just sniffling. And they say, "I'm sorry I wasn't strong enough."
No, honey. I don't think any of us could have stopped them, really. They're quite stubborn. They don't exactly follow directions, as it were. Once they have an idea, no one can stop them.
They're just blubbering and sniffling.
Kalina, she just kind of starts gently rocking them like back and forth as she's hugging them. She says, "None of this is your fault. You couldn't have seen this coming. No one couldn't have seen this coming. Do not blame yourself for this. Alright? That guilt will eat away at you."
They just sniffle and nod.
And she kind of holds one side of their face and presses another kind of smush against their forehead. It's not exactly a kiss, but you know,
Yeah.
it's more like smushing like her nose or something against their forehead. Just like, "Nyeh." And she hugs them. Just rocking back and forth. Trying to comfort them as best she can.
Eventually, the hours pass, and the guildmaster comes back to you and says, "All right, everybody. Are we all packed up, ready to go searching?"
Suppose so.
All right, then. Let's go.
Off we go!
Yep.
Happy road through the snow.
The guildmaster is the first one to well, second one to step out. Kalina, you're the first. And
Do I have Freya with me?
uh,
Am I
yeah,
holding Freya?
Freya's like next to you, but
Aw.
you the first thing you see as you head up the stairs out of the camp is the fact that the sky is really clear, and in the early dawn it is very pink, a pink sky.
Yeah.
And you take a look around, starting with out near where you're going to head, and you slowly start scanning as everybody is making their way up behind you. You're the only one on the surface right now with Freya, and they're just kind of pressed into you, not really looking around.
Yeah.
As you're scanning, you catch a whiff of something.
Oh.
Kalina, it smells like rotting meat.
Oh god.
You start turning your head a little more quickly, and soon enough you come to where the sleighs are. Where the bison were put up for the night. They are dead.
What?
All 8 of the bison are dead.
What?
Who's the fuck out of you?
Tegak would like to go to the surface.
Tegak, you breach the surface, and you see Kalina staring off to the left side of the camp entrance, and you look that way as you breach the surface, and you see the carcasses of the bison, and you smell them as well.
Lovely.
Kalina, she is going to press Freya further into her side, making sure that they don't see.
Probably smell it.
Mm-hmm. As everybody makes their way to the surface, they just stare in disbelief.
How fresh is this kill?
So this is a very strange case.
Oh.
Tornado warning.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait. Are you
Yeah.
good, Foxy?
I'm good. Jade has a tornado warning right now.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
We'll
that
just-
happens around here.
We'll just recap when Jade gets back.
Yeah.
So, even though you know logically that these bison couldn't have been dead for more than a few hours at the most, it smells and looks as if they have been dead for weeks. The state of decay on them is far more than what is possible.
What?
As you inspect it, the scene further, you notice that the pools of blood around their bodies make trails.
Trail.
Here. I'm not liking this.
Can I make an investigation check?
Yes.
Investigation. Shit. 12.
21.
Good.
All right. Colbart, you are able to tell that the blood is like very deliberate in the trail, like the trails that it's making. But it's a little hard for you to, see what it's making. Anastasius, you sort of back up a little bit and you come across a sort of a marking in the snow that is highlighted by the blood. And it looks like a rune of some kind. Indistinguishable to you, but definitely very deliberate.
Wait, hold up. I'm so sorry. Hey, hold up. I know I have it some here. Where? Eyes of the Rune Keeper. It, I don't know if it'll let me read it, but I have Runes of the Gatekeeper, which allows me to read all writing.
All right. Well, if you want, you can search for more runes and then make an Arcana check to see if you can piece together what it means.
May I?
Of course.
Okay, first 7 plus 5, 16 investigation.
All right. So, Anastasius, you were able to find that from each of the bison, the trails go out and sort of make almost a spiral petal shape around them where they're grouped.
Okay.
And at the tip of each of these petals, there is a different rune. And then a pattern continues, sort of.
Okay.
It's like a giant sigil that surrounds the camp.
Okay.
Entire camp.
You want me to now make an Arcana check?
Yes.
Okay. $22.
Nice.
All right. I'm just gonna have to write it out, and then I will send it to you.
Okay.
Gotta find you. If you want, y'all can roleplay a little bit while I'm getting this all sorted.
But yeah, Kalina, she's just staring in absolute horror and honestly trying not to throw up, while also trying to make sure that Freya doesn't see. So she's just holding them up against her, and she says, Freya, whatever you do, just don't look away, alright?
Freya nods and says, "Smells like something's dead."
Yes.
Is everybody okay?
Yes, everyone is all right.
Yeah, we're okay.
Just the bison. Yeah.
Freya then looks up at you and says, "If the bison are dead,
We're
does
stuck
that...
out here.
we're stuck here."
Well, it is a good thing I bought extra supplies.
Everybody just kind of like awkwardly is like, yeah.
Guess me overthinking is coming in handy at least a little bit. But we'll figure something out, all right?
So,
You have been given translation of the runes, Anastasius.
Anastasius returns to the group just to very widely swearing in a draconic sign, and it just yell swearing in draconic, just out of nerves, out of annoyance, and the he reaches back to where the group is and says, "Well, I don't like where this be going, but by the gods, I know what the damn runes say."
What do they say?
It's not a direct translation, but as close as I could with my eyes of the rune keeper. But it's pretty much quote, "Side with the devil, there will be hell to pay."
What?
Yeah, again, I don't like this too much.
Kalita, she instinctively hugs Freya tighter.
Anastasius is, just sees Kalinas and says, "Listen, I get it. I really do. Oh, oh, I just... Why, within the 2 hours or so we were in the cave, why would this be written? And why, just why would this fucking pattern be drawn?"
And who or what would do this? Just. Especially within the 2 hours that. The bison were alive when we. Just a couple hours ago, right? We saw them as we were searching.
Colbert, you heard them snoring, so
Yeah.
you know for a fact that they were alive.
How long ago was that?
Like 2.5 hours ago.
2.5. Didn't hear anything either.
Tagok was also near the door. She was closest to the entrance of the camp, and she did not hear anything.
So what are the sled masters doing? Are they awake?
Yeah, everybody's awake. What they're all trying to do right now is they're inspecting the bison, trying to find a cause of death.
Here.
Can I make an investigation check for the cause of death?
Yes, you may.
Yeah, Helene isn't going anywhere near that thing. She is not. I'm sorry. She is
It's
not.
gross. 18,
She's
you
also
said?
trying to avert the child's
19.
eyes.
I can't hear. What is it, Colbart?
19.
19? Okay. Colbart, from what you can tell by the state of them, it looks like they died of old age. It looks like they just keeled over and died. There is no wounds, no signifiers of any kind of disease or infection.
Are their hair, has their hair grayed?
Well, they had white fur to begin with.
Huh.
But it just looks like in an instant they died. And that's also what the sled masters can glean from this as well. They can't find any outward cause of death. It just seems to be spontaneous.
Does Kalina hear this conclusion?
Yes.
Does Kalina know of anything, like, whether it be, like mostly, like, magical that would cause, like, such a quick aging process and, like, death? Like, does she know anything magic about that? Like, or just anything? Does she know anything?
Lena, you have heard rumors of, well, the god of death and his disciples being able to inflict sudden death. But
why?
they're all rumors, supposedly.
Yeah,
None
also,
have any bases.
Yeah, so why the fuck would Ophelia, or Zephyrus,
That's the thing.
rather,
Isn't, like, Ben and Freya, like, technically one
Yeah.
of them?
No, they're not disciples of death.
No.
they're just kind of,
Even though Fen has been adopted by Zephyrus, he is not inducted as a disciple.
yeah. Is Kalina able to, like, check for anything else that she knows about this sort of thing? Like, would I need to do, like, a history check, arcana check?
It could be either.
Okay. Okay, I guess I'll do an arcana check then. Okay. Total of 18.
Okay. So
Thank goodness for my +9.
in your hearing of these rumors, it is said that Zephyrus and his disciples induce what is commonly called necrotica, which is it simply, when inflicted on any creature, it causes their body to instantaneously shut down.
Oh.
But it would not cause an increase in the speed of decay.
Huh.
Also,
I'm not liking this.
if anybody else wants to, like, investigate around the area, you are more than welcome to.
I'll do
I'm
that.
gonna do another investigation check.
Okay.
I keep getting like
The
low
NPCs think about this, like Lemon and Yoka.
Clement and Yoka are still a little drunk, to be fair.
Oh my god.
They're a little hungover.
Just
18.
like,
18.
I'm too drunk for this.
And then what'd you get, Colbert?
19.
19.
Again.
19 again. A lovely number, my friend. A lovely number.
Like constantly below 10, but look at my plus 10 investigation saves me.
Colbert and Anastasius, the two of you are kind of like, you go in opposite directions to look around, but you meet up as you find something. On the opposite side of the bison and the sleighs, from where the camp is, you find a brand new set of tracks.
Oh, son of a bitch.
These tracks are not human, nor are they wolf. They're something entirely different.
What do you think these are?
Anastasius, to the best of his ability, gremlin crouches it down, putting one arm horizontally, like bent horizontally down onto his legs, the other hand onto his like face, elbow to the hand, and I think, I don't know. And then he common signs. Listen, I don't know, man. But I think we should let the other group members know.
Cover probably got like half of that.
Yeah,
Inside.
just signing.
But he did get like half of that and said, yeah. I think I'm gonna follow the tracks in bird form just so I can see if the whatever this thing is still here.
Anastasius makes a kind of sound, giving two thumbs up, and then goes back to tell the rest of the group.
Yeah, I turn into bird and I follow the tracks.
Alright, I'll start with Anastasius. You going and telling the rest of the group what you found. You and Colbert have found.
Okay, so in again common sign, in Anastasius says, we found new track marks over that way, pointing towards the tracks. We should probably go follow them. Colbert has also started to follow them, but in buoyed form.
Elena, she hears this and just says, tracks? Are they Fenno Freya's? Fenno Asami's tracks?
Anastasius again in common sign says no, they're not either man nor wolf. I have no clue whose tracks these are, but I think these could potentially lead us to the answer we are looking for, or for our friends. Or at least, I hope to the gods they do.
Helena, she looks over to the sled mass and just says, do you think you would be able to identify a track if you saw it?
If it was native to this area and the surrounding islands, yes, but if it's not, then I might not be much help.
Okay. I guess I should take a look at it too. I don't specialize in biology or zoology, but I've had my fair share of studies.
Right. So, you all head over to take a look at the tracks, and I'm just gonna send an image.
Picture?
Yes.
Picture. Also, I just realized we're still in break room.
Doesn't matter. We're fine. We're good.
It's fine, yeah. It's
So, the clearest of the
Oh.
footprints, it looks like this.
And how big is this track?
You measure it up. It is about as big as your forearm. And the
Oh.
front tracks, which are a bit muddied, they are, the main pad of it is bigger than your palm is spread out.
Oh my god.
God.
They're big. They're very, very big.
Is Kalina able to do some kind of check to see if she can recognize?
It would be a nature check.
Nature check, okay. I do have a decent bonus for that. It's +5. Come on. Dirty 20.
Alright, Kalina, what you can glean from this, what you know of animal tracks, it looks like a strange mix between a canine and a bear.
There
Yeah.
was bear something.
Bear and wolf. Wolf.
Both.
Oh,
Beowulf. Beowulf. Beowulf.
Beowulf. Hey, Beowulf.
Yeah.
Yeah, Beowulf.
That's exactly what it is.
But,
Yeah, is she able to tell anything else?
you can tell that it's big as fuck, obviously, but other
Yeah,
than
of
that,
course.
no. You can really only tell that the tracks are reminiscent both of a bear and a wolf. Some kind of canine.
Kalina, she sees these and she relays that information. These tracks look like they're both like a bear's and some kind of canines. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this.
The guildmaster shakes their head as they crouch down, and they're like, "What you're saying is true, but there is nothing like that I have ever seen or heard of."
Oh dear.
And surely nothing
So-
of this size.
Oh dear.
What do you have to say, Anastasius?
1 second. I'm sorry. Cat, do you mind?
Cat, do you mind?
No, but
Creatures and was intrigued.
Kitty. El kitty.
Kitty cat.
We can send something of its
I know I pulled out a few, like, e- features, and I'm sorry for that.
You're good.
You're good, dude.
Wanna...
May,
If you...
may do. Sorry, should I do, or may I use, like, a search for, or see if I know what, like, the creature, or if it's like See if just I know it.
Yeah, you can do like a little log of your knowledge. And as you make that roll, it's going to be a nature roll.
Okay.
I'm going to switch to Colbert. You can
Yeah.
just type the roll in chat so that I can see it. While
I'm going to 1 second. Once per short rest. May an ability check or a saving roll. You can use this feature to add a deed and be a roll. You can do so after seeing the roll, but before the effect occurs. Okay.
But Colbart, you have flown up above the camp, and now in the daylight, you're able to get a better look at everything, and you see the blood runes that have been made, and they are fairly intricate, all things considered, and they're very large.
Okay, so I'm going to just for maximum my thing, I'm going to use Dark One's own look, a feature which once per short rest, when making an ability score or saving throw.
Welcome back,
Jade,
Jade.
welcome back. Oh boy.
We are good. The tornado watch is mostly gone.
Okay,
And
that's
there's
good.
So
Okay, so
honestly,
big news.
I'll do it.
The
Just
bison are.
yeah, I'll do it. Just Anastasius, tell me your roll and I'll write it down real quick, and then we'll get to it after a second.
So, including the Dark One's own look, 23 with a natural 20.
All right, 23. It's written down. All right.
Damn,
So
we taking something?
recap for Jade. You step outside. The bison are dead. They are heavily decayed, as if they've been dead for weeks. Further
Lovely.
investigation leads the group to find that the blood of the bison has been used to create a runic sigil in the snow. Anastasius is able to piece together that the runes translate roughly to, quote, "Side with the devil, there will be hell to pay."
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
After some further investigation on the opposite side of the camp, Anastasius and Colbert found some very strange tracks. They are large. Kalina was able to glean from them that it looks as if it is between the tracks of a canine of some sort, but also a bear. Attributes from both into one. I posted the picture in non-roleplay comments for you.
Yeah, I saw that and I was confused.
That is the track of the animal. Anastasius is doing a fucking thing, and Colbart is flying overhead and trying to get a better look at everything. Colbart, you are able to follow the tracks out a fair distance away, and they actually fairly normally become clearer the farther you get away from camp. That is until there seems to be a strange sort of marking in the snow and the tracks disappear. Would you like to get a closer look at the marking in the snow?
Yeah.
All right, so roll investigation.
I think. Finally, something over 10. 23.
23. All right. So, Colbert, when you get closer to the snow, you were able to see that you are able to see very clearly the footprints of this creature standing still, and radiating out from it seems to be these magical, like a sigil, like it's, you know, a magic summoning sigil almost.
Yeah.
God.
But strangely enough, the footprints are not leading from that place, they're leading to it. From what you were able to gather, this creature was in the camp and it left before somehow teleporting away.
Yeah. Teleported away. Fun.
Yep.
Oh, very not terrifying.
Yep.
Yeah.
Tagok, this also, all of this also means that you are currently stranded.
Ah!
Good
Y'all
thing
are
that
stuck.
Kalina made sure to buy extra supplies.
Mm-hmm. But, Colbart, you return to the group and you relay this information.
Yeah. Looks like they teleported away.
The creature?
Yeah. Got clearer as I further out as I went.
Were you able to see any specific sigils or runes or anything?
There was something where the reason why I think they teleported away is because there's like a sigil.
Do you remember what it looked like?
Colbart, it was very strange. It was very fractally looking. Like repeating
I'm actually
patterns.
gonna go, fly there, unbird, and draw it, and then
Okay.
fly back.
I was
Alright.
like, hold on. I was like, sorry, Kalina, I need to borrow your notebook for a bit.
So you're gonna make me draw it, is what you're saying.
Hold one. I'll need to borrow another.
So you're gonna make me draw it, is what you're saying.
I mean, you don't have to. I'm just saying Culver is gonna do that.
It kind of makes like swirly designs as it radiates out from each foot. And then there are like small runes sort of scattered amongst the gaps. And it ends up making a large pentagon shape.
Shit, we got a fucking pentagram.
It's not a pentagram, you fucking Satanist.
What? Penta something.
It's not a weedy piece of shit stoner.
Well, if we're going for specifically satanic, that would be pentagram.
Yes.
Otherwise, it would be a pentacle.
Yeah. The edges of the sigil just create a pentagon.
Geometry.
Geometry.
Woo. Geometry with open hearts, baby.
Ew. Nice, but
Hey, I bring a drawing of it back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, is Kalina able to identify, like, am I able to check to see if she can identify anything?
You'd have to make an Arcana check, but,
Okay.
Anastasius, tell me exactly how the thing you're trying to do functions again. So much was happening. I'm dying inside.
when you say I think I was trying to do, oh, you mean Dark One's own look?
Yes.
It's just a thing of like I can add
Add.
1d10.
Okay, so
Yeah.
what are you doing? What are you
I'm
doing?
just. I was seeing if I could see if I knew the what the
Okay, yeah.
Oh.
What the animal is.
yeah.
You don't. This is unlike anything you have ever seen before. You're able to come up with some things that are close to it, but nothing exact. You think of some animals that are very similar, but you're like, no, it's all wrong. This isn't quite right.
So I wrote down my roll. I'm buzzing with excitement.
I didn't see that. It was fucking hell. Alright,
I'm not screaming in order to not interrupt.
it's funny. It's
Because I knew
fine.
you were trying to focus.
It's fine.
Yeah, 29 total is insane.
So, Helena,
Yes.
you are able to, figure out what the actual runes themselves mean,
Yeah.
but you do not know the origin of the actual sigil.
Okay. So like
There's
I'm able to
something.
like translate it or something or
Yeah, you're able to translate it.
Information.
You're able to translate it. I am going
Tell
to
me.
typey. Typey.
Okay.
Can you wait? So very quickly, would Anastasius also see this?
Yes, you would.
May I, eyes of the rune keeper, that shit?
You already did once. Keep your paws off.
Yeah.
Let Kalita have her smart moment.
Yeah.
I will.
Yeah, but you'll know what it is as well. So I'm just gonna
Okay.
copy. Fast.
Oh my fucking god. Okay.
Fast.
Jade?
Hmm?
Why did you suggest the quinceañera dress? Why?
What?
It's so hard to draw.
I just suggested you didn't have to do it.
I don't want to do it.
Then don't
Alright.
do it.
I want
Anyway,
to. It looks
But-
pretty pretty. I'm just dying over here, sorry.
It was a pure hypothetical.
Enough about the
Fuck
quinceañera
no.
dresses. Let the lady talk. Let the woman talk. Go ahead.
but yeah, Kalina, she sees this and she just like you can kind of see her face kind of scrunch up a little bit, and she just says, "It means return to me my creation."
Curvation.
Return to me my creation.
What are this thing?
Then
that
if
we could create?
whatever this creature was teleport. I don't believe it might have done those runes themselves. I think something else summoned it. And if it's a creation, and she kind of does air quotes with her fingers, creation of some kind, then it may explain why none of us are able to recognize it by its tracks. It's definitely not of Vera, or like, what's the overworld calling Vera again? The mortal realm?
Yeah, not of this realm. You would just say that. It's not of this
Yeah.
realm.
Yeah. It's definitely not of this realm, that's for sure. Kalina, she actually, Nyoka's there, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
She just kind of passes over the drawing and just says, Nyoka, is there any chance that you might recognize any of this? Not necessarily the translation, but anything else about it? I know you're still a bit hungover, but
Yeah.
anything helps.
He pulls his glasses out to take a look
the
at
bigger
it.
bug-eye glasses.
And he-
Still has them.
He takes a look at it and he's like, okay, so, it's kind of radiating out from the feet, it looks like, in your drawing, Colbart? Is that right?
Yeah.
Hmm. He's like, okay, I recognize the style, and he does air quotes, the style of sigil, but it's so weird and different. I've never seen anything quite like it before. Usually sigils like this are more refined and, you know,
Uniform.
yeah, refined, uniform, defined, very rigid. It's not as floaty. It looks floaty, and I don't know, chaotic.
Yes.
Chaotic.
Quite. Very.
Even the runes aren't going in any one direction. They're just all sort of spattered about. No rhyme or reason.
Yes, it did make it a bit more difficult to translate, I will admit.
Yeah.
Everything was all jumbled.
And then he looks up at you, Colbert, and says, "What direction was the top point facing? Do you know? Or remember?"
Top point. Do I?
The top point of the pentagon was facing north.
Was facing north.
Okay, so I guess wherever it teleported, it went somewhere to the north. Cuz usually in sigils that have a specific shape like this, if there's a top point, that's the direction they're going. So they would have faced and teleported to the north.
The question is how far?
I don't know. That's not something I'm able to tell from this.
Yes. You've provided plenty. Yoko, thank you.
Of course, this is... situation's getting worse and worse.
Yes. There's still no sign of Fen. Or Asumi. Kalina, she looks over to the sled master and says, do you think we'd possibly be able to send a message out to that other village, that other camp? If needed, Cobalt might be able to fly over there.
Yeah, I think that's our best bet. The camp.
Because right now we don't have any means of transportation.
Right. Well, the sky is clear, and... he looks at the rising sun, because the sun still has not risen above the horizon. It's just starting to. That's how
Yeah.
early in the morning it is. And
Yeah.
you look to where he's looking, and the sun is red. It's a red sun.
Rises. Blood has been spilled this night.
And he says,
That's Lord of the Rings,
no.
right?
Yeah, but I'm thinking more of the
Red by morning, sailor take warning.
red sky in morning, sailors take warning. It's a premonition of bad weather.
Oh dear.
And he says, if you do it, you'll have to be very quick. I don't know how long the skies will be clear for. Sky's red. Clouds will be rolling in soon, and probably a blizzard with it.
Dear.
Hey, hopefully me being a storm hawk probably make it better, but
Yeah.
Yes,
we'll
and
see.
But Colbart, you need to go now, and you need to be
I need to
quick.
go now. I will go now.
fly, bird, fly,
Colbart, fly. So,
Fly, my pretty, fly.
Colbart, you fly in the direction with direction and a little handheld compass to put in your talon from the guildmaster to point you directly east
Alright.
from the camp. And eventually you do find the post of the camp. And you see that there is a little haphazardly built stable with like snow on the back of it. And you land on the post and see that outside the people of the village are crowded around the stables talking.
Oh no.
Wait, what'd you say? I'm sorry. You lean in?
Oh no.
Oh no. He said oh no.
oh no.
He says oh no. But they're crowding around the doorway and you can't see inside the stable.
I make a chirp noise.
One of them turns around and then they get the other's attention and point and say, maybe that's the thing. Maybe that's the thing that killed it.
No. I'm just imagining like bird for like you just transform back. Just like,
I mean-
hey, hold up.
I mean, you are a huge fucking bird.
Yeah, you're huge.
And a bird of
Huge
prey.
fucking bird with a compass
Big
in its
board.
mouth.
Angry bird. Are you gonna defend yourself by becoming a peoples?
Million peoples. I just tilt my head.
It's like, bitch, the fuck you say?
One of the elders says, but what's an osprey doing this far south?
Alright. I'm on the post, right?
Yeah, you're on top of like the signpost that has like the lantern and like the sign that marks the village.
Alright. I'm gonna hop down from that,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna turn into fish person.
They all kind of like gasp a little bit and sort of step back.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Alright. I say hi while I wave my hand.
And they hesitantly wave back.
Just like the fuck.
And I look at the stables that dude, they got you too, huh?
The village elder nods his head and hobbles forward with his walking stick and says, yes. We had 2 bison. Both have been killed. Rotted. Like they've been dead for weeks. They were alive last night when we put them up. But
Same for ours.
are you from the camp to the west?
Yes. Yes, I am. We're me and my friends are kind of stranded because ours also got killed.
Gods. What plague is happening to us? What did we do to deserve?
I don't think it's you guys. Something's. One of our friends got missing. And I assume, and I hope none of yours got missing.
No. But What circumstances surround your friend's disappearance?
They heard something in the night and they ran off.
A couple
Yeah.
people sort of look towards each other. A little like, And then, a younger man speaks up and he says, I heard something last night as well. I went out to took a smoke. A little past midnight. And I heard something out there.
I don't like that. Alright. So it's not just us that heard it. Interesting. Do you think that you can help us out?
There may be something we can do. We still have our sled dogs.
Yes.
The dogs.
Yosef, the man, like, raises his hand and sort of waves it forward, and, a younger-looking man steps forward and he says, Yosef, you need to go to the coast. The guild there has a stable full of bison. Tell them what has happened. Send them with bison to here and to the halfway camp.
Alright.
I'm assuming that your sleighs are in good condition?
Yes, I don't think they've been touched.
He nods and says, right then. Yosef, you know what to do. And then Yosef doesn't say anything, he just kind of grunts. And then he collects up the single-person sled and the large timber wolves
Oh.
and heads out. And then Yosef looks to you and he says, do you want to come with me?
Should I? Should I not?
I mean, you can go bird form. Like, first fly back to the group. It's like, hey, I'm heading with this guy.
Yeah. Yosef also says, if you'd like, we can stop by the halfway camp. Tell your friends what's happening.
Yeah, I think that's good. At the very least, like I should go back with them and go back to them and tell them what we're planning.
Right then. Get on. And he, like, sort of
Alright.
turns to the side to allow you to step on the front of the sled.
Alright, I do.
Yeah. And then he stands up behind you. And you're, like, standing in front of him. And he's got his arms sort of, like, over your shoulders. He's really tall. Really tall, beefy man.
Tall.
Don't panic.
Yeah, don't panic, homosexual. Yuck. Yuck, yuck.
Yeah.
Hey, you described tall or slash beefy. You got his type.
Okay, note to self, remind me not to show you the characters from the Pale Beyond because most of them are tall and beefy.
Oh my
Tall,
God.
beefy man. He dies. Little gay boy.
You know, actually, hold on, I'm actually gonna forward that to you. Give me a second.
Don't make him all flustered during the middle of the campaign.
Okay, fine. I'll do it after we're done.
Yes. Colbart, you in no time are back at the camp, and the rest of you who are outside, kind of just waiting for Colbart to come back, you see across the tundra a single sled led by 4 timber wolves being pulled. And as it gets closer, you can see Colbart and another person.
How much blush does Colbart have?
He looks about as flushed as usual, considering how chilly it is.
Yeah. I think he's too focused on the objective right now.
I gotta keep the mission in mind, man.
This guy's warm though.
But Yosef pulls the sled up, and like as he brings the Timberwolves, they sort of like sniff at the trails of blood, and then they kind of like pull away from it, like freaked out. Just like, oh god, what the fuck is that?
Oh dear.
And Yosef and Colbart step off the sled. And Yosef raises his hand as a, like, hello.
Yeah.
Of course he does. Like an icon.
A strong silent type.
Yes.
We love.
Yes.
But, yeah. Colbart, you want to tell the rest of the group what's going on at the other camp?
Alright, so turns out that they also got,
Oh no.
but they're gonna go to, and I turn to you, big beefy man, to where?
I'm gonna take the sled dogs to the coast.
Yeah, to the coast, and we're gonna bring back, some more
bison.
bison.
All right. Just be careful. All right. She sets a hand on Colbar's shoulder. We've already
Well, am I
lost
not
one
careful?
of us, two of us. I don't want that number to get any higher.
It won't. That's not gonna happen.
You better, otherwise I'm gonna kill you.
Poor Colbart. Cry.
Yeah.
Selena cares about him so much, and yet not in the way that he wants.
Yeah. Eternally friend zoned. Sag.
She thinks that he's gay.
Sag.
Not
And
into
he
women at all.
He
Also
doesn't like
not.
women. But
My existence is pain.
the halfway camp gives you and Yosef some extra provisions and such, and also make sure that you are adequately armed in case of an emergency.
Yeah.
Considering that there is a mystery beast prowling the wastes
That's true.
with the ability to teleport, no less.
Yeah. Yeah.
But with all of your provisions and extra gear, you head out with Yosef, heading north towards the coast. And yeah, so there's not much to say on that matter of you going to the north.
Yeah, seems pretty straightforward.
It's gonna take considerably less time since you are just two people on a small light sled.
Also, Audrey, welcome back. A
Welcome
lot is
back.
happening.
A lot has happened.
There's so much happening.
When was the last point you were here? What do you remember last?
I don't know. I kind of tuned out for over half of that. I have completely lost energy to do D&D, but I'm here because I would feel bad if I wasn't.
Buddy.
Yeah, to summarize,
First
Fenn's
off, do you
missing.
know that Fen is missing?
Yes.
Yes. Fen
Yes,
is
okay, that's the
missing.
point.
They couldn't find Fen and Asmi in the night. They decided to wait until morning.
I see.
In the morning, they get up to the top. The bison that were pulling your sleds are fucking dead. And they
Did
are...
Anastasius eat them?
No, he didn't. They're rotted
No.
as well. Their blood has been made into a runic sigil around the camp that roughly translates to side with the devil. There will be hell to pay. Eventually, they find some strange animal tracks that lead out to another sigil in the snow that translates to return to me, my creation. Colbart decides in the little bit of clear sky hours that they have in the early morning, he is going to go to the small camp that is a few miles away to see if they can help, only to find that their bison have also been slaughtered in the night. Luckily, they have sled dogs, and they bring back Colbart and inform the rest of the group, and now Colbart and this man named Yosef are headed towards the coast where you began your journey to retrieve more bison from the guild so that you are no longer stranded here. And just a little bit after Colbart leaves and everybody is still kind of just a little bit in shock about what's going on. Freya has wiggled out of your arms, Kalina,
Yeah.
and is just kind of wandering around the outskirts of the blood sigil. Just sort of like sniffing around, investigating.
Yeah.
And when they reach about the area where the tracks of the mystery creature, the beast, start, they just sort of sit down a little bit and stare at it.
Helena, she sees this and just says, "What is it, Freya?"
You remember how I could get real big, right?
Yes.
It kind of looks like my tracks. And then you see them, they sort of bristle up and then they switch into that form, their big sort of lion form.
Yeah.
And then they take their back foot and press it down next to the clear footprint in the snow.
Bless you.
And then when they pick it up, you see that it looks fairly similar. It's not exact, but it's the closest comparison that you've seen thus far.
You're right. It is very similar.
And Freya like points at it and
Sorry,
says, It's thicker though, across here." And then they point at like the top pad.
Yeah. Kalina, she thinks for a minute and then looks towards Freya and says, "Do you know if Fen was able to do anything like that, like shift?"
I mean, Fen had wild shape, but Fen couldn't turn into what I am.
Okay. Hmm.
As far as I know, I was one of a kind.
All right. Hmm. Do you? Sorry if this is a bit of a sore topic, but do you remember if there were any others like you in that lab when you were made?
There were a lot of us. All of us were different, though. There were a couple that were similar to me, but they all failed.
I see. Kalina, she kind of rests a hand on their shoulder and kind of brushes some of the hair out of their face a little bit. I see. There's still so many questions. Oh dear.
Freya is like kind of thinking. They said, "You said that from what the tracks look like, it's like a bear and a wolf." I remember in my records, I was supposed to be mixed with some of that.
Oh,
There was parts of bear in me, parts of wolf, big cat, a type of dragon that I get the tail and V's from, and they point to their
Yes.
antennas. A moth dragon, kind of. A bird. I think the type of bird I'm from is like kind of like Colbart's bird. A bird of prey.
perhaps
and
an
a-
albatross?
Maybe a bunch of other stuff, but I'm supposed to be mixed with a bear and a wolf as part of it. So maybe there's someone like me. Maybe they took my plan and they like do a little thingy with their fingers, trying to do an air quote, but it's not
Yeah.
quite an air quote. My plan, and tried to recreate me, but it's not me. You know?
Of course. It could never be you. You're too sweet. And she kind of pats the side of their face.
They make a little sound.
Nah.
Merp.
I don't think Elowen would make any more of these, let alone use tech things like this. So, do you remember any of the doctors or scientists that were with you? Any that maybe even stuck out? I'm pretty sure they were a bit of an odd lot, but
Yeah.
some that even stuck out then?
All of them were faceless. They all wore the same uniform and the same mask. They never spoke to us.
See. Maybe even some sort of behaviors? Or did they all act the same too?
They all acted the same. They were like drones.
I see. Just doing a task and nothing more.
Mm-hmm.
Kalina, she thinking. She thinking. She thonking.
She thonkin.
You can see the gears turning in her head. And they are grinding away. It's like a full-on engine in there, baby.
Freya kind of lets their antennas droop a little bit, and they say, I wish Ophelia were here.
I do too.
If Ophelia were here, Fen wouldn't have left.
Helena, she looks at Freya and just says, I don't even know if that would be the case.
Freya just looks up to you real sad. It's like, Fen always listens to Ophelia.
I know. And Kalina, she just kind of opens her arms a little bit, offering a hug.
And they just kind of put their big head, now that they're like big lion.
Oh, yeah, they're still in beast form.
They're still in their big beast lion form, and they just big
Aw.
poof.
Aw.
They plop their big head on you.
Yeah, and Kalina just
Mm.
pets them and like, you know, like comforting. And she says, we're going to find them. I promise. I don't know when or where, but one thing's for sure, I refuse to stop until we find them.
They
Nobody gets left behind.
they just nod into your chest.
Baby. I mean, I know they're not a baby, but baby.
Yeah. After a while, the clouds roll in, and the guildmaster ushers you all back inside the camp and makes sure to grab all of the gear and provisions that were on the sleighs and bring it down, to hunker down and wait out the storm.
Yeah.
And above you, you can hear the howling of the wind.
Oh dear.
And Tagok, you hear it again. This time it's louder, and it's loud enough that the others can hear it as well.
Oh.
On the wind, it almost sounds as if it's laughing at you.
What?
The wind is making a sound that makes it sound like it's laughing, almost.
We can all hear this?
Yeah. The strong sound of the wind, and it's almost taunting you.
Anastasia, she just muffled says sirens, I think.
Don't know if it's that. Either way, there's no way we're going out there.
Tagok is just sitting nearby the door, and she's just, her fists are just fucking clenched on her legs. And she's just sitting there.
Halbart, you are traveling with Yosef, and
Yeah.
behind you, you can basically see the wall of clouds and the blizzard that forms a wall behind you by about half a mile. Like half a mile behind you, you can just see a wall of white.
I do not like that.
It doesn't seem that the storm is pulling any farther north. than where you are. And by the time it reaches noon, you can see the coastal town on the horizon.
All right. It's good.
This whole this session took a turn that I was not expecting.
I agree.
Yes. Colbart, you're just kind of zoning out, waiting to get to the city. And, you suddenly notice that the Timberwolves that are pulling the sled are, like, seem a little at unease. And they're starting to slow down. And, like, make sounds.
I'm looking around.
Yeah. Yosef is also looking around as he has noticed the odd behavior of the wolves. Around you, you can't see anything. But you do notice that because you're nearing the coast, there is fog that is rolling in ever so slightly and causing there to be a slight haze on the ground.
Hmm. Do you see anything?
I'd like you to make a perception check.
Oh my god. It's gonna be real. My heart is kind of pounding right now. I'm not even there. And it's just like.
5.
5?
Can you shoot rolls today? Yeah.
Colbart, you do not see anything out in the fog, but you do hear something.
Well,
It sounds like some kind of creature, sort of like making chuffing sounds. It's very distant and very faint, but it's different enough from the wolves that you pick up on it.
what's that?
Yosef kind of like,
Do you hear that?
He pulls the sled dogs to stop for a second and, like, motions to them to hush, and they sort of, quiet down. And then he says, "Yeah, I can hear it."
And then turn into bird form.
Yosef gets out the spear from the pack and, is at the ready. And Colbart, you head up above. And from above, the ground almost looks like water, the way the fog is sort of rippling over it. And about 30 yards from the sled, you see a slight dark patch in the fog. It almost looks like a fish beneath the surface of the water.
Gonna move in for a closer look.
As you move in closer, the shadow disperses. And the wind rushes slightly around you. and taunts you, laughing.
Chaos God.
Are you gonna go back to Yosef?
Yeah. Like this.
You do not see anything else as you are flying back to Yosef. But, you land with him, and he asks you, "Did you see anything out there?"
There was a shadow, but once I moved in, it kind of dispersed, and someone was laughing.
Could be the beast. We need to move quickly. Once we get into the city limits, we'll be safer.
Agreed.
I swear, if anything happens to the dogs.
Nothing bad's gonna happen to the dogs.
God.
Don't you cry. Don't you cry, little lady. But, after
Tell
that,
the fish not to swim.
after
Sorry,
that,
that was mean.
after that, the fog disperses. Pretty soon, the fog disperses after you start moving again. And you make it into town. And, you see that outside the guild, there are a couple people talking. And, yeah, go up to them. Go up and talk to them. Talk to 'em.
Me?
Yeah, you and Yosef, go talk to him.
Yes. Hello.
One of them looks at you and says, "Wait a minute, weren't you just here yesterday?"
Yes, something happened, and we kind of need a bit of help.
Yosef speaks up and says, "Both the halfway camp and our village to the east have been attacked by some kind of creature. They've killed the bison and rotted them, leaving blood sigils in the snow. And one of their companions has disappeared."
Yeah.
Yosef then says, "Both the halfway camp and our village are completely stranded, without any transportation, save for the sled dogs, which is how we got here." And, the guild workers nod. They're like, "What of this creature that has attacked you guys? What do you know?"
The tracks looked like a mix of a bear and a dog.
Mm.
And it teleported.
What in the places? Well, one of the guild workers pats the other on the shoulder and says, "Go tell the council. They'll need to get the mages to set up magic barriers around the city."
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
By any chance you know
Oh,
what
dear.
it is?
No idea. But if it can teleport, oh, who knows what we're in for. Better to be safe than sorry.
We also encountered something on the way here.
Alright, tell us more.
We heard a weird sound, then we stopped to figure out what it was. I flew overhead and there was a shadow in the mist, and when I came in closer, it kind of dispersed. Then I heard a laugh.
Have you been hearing laughing before? Yosef speaks up first and he says, "Yes. Last night I went out for a smoke and heard it on the wind. And they said they've been hearing it as well." And one of the guild members is writing this all down to take to the council. And then they said, "Alright, so we're gonna need 10 bison, right? 2 for for your village, and then 8 for the halfway camp."
Yeah, sounds about right.
Right. God. This is just sick. But the one that has written everything down runs off, and then the other one's like, "Alright, come on. Let's saddle up with the bison."
Okay.
And basically, the guild members all sort of gather together, and the bison are equipped with saddles as well as their harnesses this time.
Ooh.
And Colbart, you are going to be riding one of the bison, and a couple guild members are coming with you, and then Yosef is riding back on the sled dogs. And the guild members that are with you are armed. And then the bison that are not accompanied by a person are, tied sort of to the rest in like a little trail line.
Yeah. I will say once, like, sorry, what's the guy's name from the village?
Yosef.
Yosef. I will say that Colbart just takes one last look from him once they're like departing ways. Makes a pouty face and then looks away.
No.
Hopefully.
Yosef's gonna be riding alongside you for a decent portion of it, and then he'll be
for a decent
taking.
portion, I'm just saying, once they part ways,
Yeah.
he's gonna do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You ride back, and you have to brave the blizzard as you hit the wall of snow, basically. But the guild staff know the way, and they guide you through the storm,
Cool.
seemingly knowing markers along the way that you wouldn't have noticed before, but they do. Until you finally reach the camp. And Yosef checks in with all of you one last time before one of the guildsmen goes with him and takes the other 2 bison to the other camp.
And Colbart does the thing.
Yeah.
No. He's just like,
By now, it is late in the afternoon. And it's beginning to get a little dim, especially with how overcast it is. And, the blizzard.
Yeah.
And, the guildsman says, "Alright, go in and tell your friends that we're back. I'm gonna stay out here with the bison, just in case."
Okay. And I go in.
You open the door, and Tagok is, like, right by the door. She looks hella pissed. But she, like, huh, when you come in. She's like, "Oh, Colbert, what you doing, bitch? Damn."
Hey
Elena.
guys, I just came back.
Kalina, she sees Colbart and it immediately rushes for him and gives him a hug. You're back. You're not hurt, right?
No. We got bison. And we did encounter something strange.
Like what?
I repeat the story because I don't want to do it again.
Yeah.
But yeah, that happened.
Laughter.
Yeah.
So you heard it too. On the wind.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Well, what matters is that you're back and you're safe.
Yeah. Yeah.
And one of the guildsmen is outside with the bison?
Yes.
Alright. Maybe there should be at least 2 of us out there at a time keeping watch. That way, if something does happen, at least one person can alert the others.
Yeah, I agree.
The guild's master, the guy who's been, like, guiding you, steps out of one of the side rooms and says, "It hasn't been used in quite some time, but there is a old subterranean stable. We'll have to dig it out, but if we can use that, the bison will be safe."
Yes, that would be wonderful.
I think we can help with that as well.
Yes,
We're gonna need all hands on deck.
yes. Cobalt, you can control ice and snow, right?
I can try.
Well, if that doesn't work, then Tagok might be able to use a fire.
And you can move Earth, I think.
Oh. Somewhat, yes. It's mostly crystal, but I'm pretty sure it's only ice around here, not any rock.
True.
Any little bit'll help. He then leads you to a side room where there looks to be like a haphazardly placed board on the wall. And he says, "We closed it off a while ago, mostly because, well, we had no use for it. There's no predators. The bison prefer to be outside. And, well, we ran out of insulation." He just sort of shrugs. And then he rips down the board. And on the other side, there is a large stable. And he says, "There should be a hatch somewhere around here. If we can find it, and then clear the top of it, we can get the bison down in."
Alright. Investigation or perception?
Investigation.
Alright.
Give me a good one for once, guys, please. 21. I'll take it.
21.
Total of 14. Though I'm pretty sure Colbar got it.
Yeah. Colbert, you are able to find the hatch. And, you okay? You okay, Colbert?
Yeah, I just did a roll for investigation just for funsies. I got a nat 1.
Oh, sad.
Aw.
Damn.
Colbert,
Hanky.
you
You don't
find...
say that in front of the DM.
Oh, sad. Ha ha ha.
Use that to his advantage.
Colbert, you find the hatch, and, with help, you were able to sort of wedge a stick or a pole up and, like, get it so that you can poke it all the way through the snow to see where it is on the top side.
Yeah.
Yay.
And then all of you head to the top side, and with help from everybody, you are able to dig a nice slope into the hatch,
Hooray.
and then
Where did you get it?
lead the bison down into it, much to their chagrin.
Yeah, they're just like,
I don't wanna be
I
inside.
don't want to. I want to stay outside, Mom.
I don't want to go in the house.
Outside.
But the bison actually seem to be liking the inside a little bit more now that they are not subjected to the rotting carcasses of
Oh yeah.
their fellows.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
mildly
God,
traumatizing.
And I just see
Yeah.
it. It's like, wait a minute, Bob.
Yeah.
The fuck?
Oh, why?
The carcasses by now are lightly covered with snow, and you can just see the shapes of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you make sure to properly secure the hatch and make sure that it cannot be opened from the outside alone.
Yeah.
And then you all hunker down in for another cold, cold night and to wait out the storm.
Yeah.
And that is where I'm going to call tonight's session, everybody.
Oof.
Long one.
What the
Long and
fuck?
A bit of a horror session, yeah?
What the fuck?
Eh.
I did not
Yay!
expect this. It was cool, but also, what the fuck? What the fuck? I'm loving it, but also, what the fuck?
The intrigue.
Intrigue.
Like, I love me some good horror. But also, what the fuck?
It was a curveball that we didn't see coming, and I appreciate it.
Bro, that wasn't just a curveball. That was like a. What the
Other
fuck is-
baseball term.
Who the fuck knows about baseball?
All I know is that they have nice butts. Anyways, good night, everybody.
Oh my god.
We'll see you next
And
week.
that's how we end the session.
Bye.